Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. And this is Abernathy. He knew I was just about to go live, and he's like, you know what? Your lap is looking a little empty right now. And so he's like, I'm going to come sit on your lap. I'm going to come sit on your lap. Welcome, 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 everyone, to this Sunday afternoon, evening, and don't you dare eat those headphones. He's looking at the headphones like they're spaghetti. Of course. Of course. Anyway, welcome. This is going to be a live stream. Well, of course it's going to be a live stream. Lots in the news. It's been a bit since I've done a live stream. I'm usually trying to aim for 2 a week, but I haven't done one over the past week. Just been busy with stuff. With the video essay I'm working on for TYT, that's taken up a monster chunk of my time. I'll be so glad when it's done. It can take me like well over an hour to make a 30-second montage. Because you have to go through the videos, open up the transcripts, do a word search, find the exact words that you're looking for throughout the video, clip it, then record that, then move it into your video editing thing, then clip out the exact words that you want and squish them all together. And yeah, it can take a while. Anyway, let's see who is in the Sandbox. We have, I'm guessing it's Scott, 1994, Shemagli, Soul Life, The True Democratic North, Hermetorologist, Monope, Grand Theft Autobot, Jet. Welcome. Abernathy, stop that. Yeah, I'm a little angry, Shemagli. There's been a lot happening in the news up here in peaceful, sweet, polite Canada. Something that's mirroring a lot of what's happening down in the States, of course, which is very, very personal to me. And I'm going to leave that segment for last, talking about the whole two-gender situation. Because I'm feeling it. Because basically Pierre Poilievre, he also mirrored that language up here. And it's been taking me a while to process it, and I don't think I've processed it fully yet. So I might be processing it live on this stream, which will be kind of, I don't know. I don't know how it will go, but I know I need to talk about it because it's important for people like me who are non-binary to talk about this issue. So I will be saving that segment for last in case I completely lose my shit. Yes. Here's the kitty. Here's the kitty. Ooh. You're so cute. You're so cute. He's still purring. Oh, look at the pattern under his neck. Isn't it so beautiful? You're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. He's very huggable. But I don't think you'll be able to stay on my lap, kitty, because he's also very heavy. And I know you guys probably see me. I shift around a lot when I'm doing these live streams. I have a hard time sitting still for very long. So, before we get started with everything, I have a super big thank you to the person who went to my Amazon wish list and got me this Star Trek Deep Space Nine box set. Is it kind of ridiculous that when I opened it, I was hugging it like a plushie? Oh, This made me so happy because it's so needed right now. Because when I'm done this video essay I've been working on, I need to binge watch some Deep Space Nine. I'm just saying. I have the Next Generation box set that a friend gave me for a Christmas gift a while back, so I could just go through and binge watch it. So thank you so much to the person who got me this. Like, I super appreciate it. I know it's not cheap, so I really appreciate it. And yeah, I was just, when I opened it, I was kind of doing this because I'm like, oh my god, it's Deep Space Nine. And I'm looking forward to seeing all the extras on the DVDs, and yeah, just super excited. Because that's the thing about the box sets and why they're always so great to get, is you get like a lot of the documentaries or behind the scenes or the creation of, and yeah, really looking forward to it. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, so still just checking in with the Sandbox, seeing how we're all doing. Let's see, how are we we're up to 11. Yeah. I'm hoping to get a few more people in before I start with the actual, like, meat and potatoes of this, the news, the political news. There's a lot, it's a lot about, the Canadian news, but then also the intersection with American news, especially right now with everything that Trump's doing. Vikash Patel, what do you think about Carney? Oh, we're going to get to that. Yeah. I'm going, yeah. The Liberal leadership is the first thing that I'm actually going to be touching on in the live stream. Unfortunately, I did not make the cut. I wasn't able to raise the $350,000 needed. Though, as one of the articles state, you didn't need to raise it all right away. You only had to start with 50,000, and you can do it in installments. Oh. But yeah, we'll be getting into that. That's the first thing on the docket, is the Liberal leadership race. And also, stuff with Trump and tariffs and just other Ontario Doug Ford things, calling an election too, because that's exactly what we need right now, is another election. And this one is happening really fast, like really fast, because there's no need for a leadership race. Although there kind of is a need for a leadership race with the NDP and the Liberals. But they're not going to do it. And it's way too late to do it now, because from the looks of it, we're going to the polls at the end of February. Yay! So, hello 56 Nick Rich. Yeah. Hello Mozart. Yeah. Stalling just a little bit. Just trying to think. Because, yeah, it's been over a week, I think, since I did my last live stream. Like I said, I was just busy with stuff. Trying to get more bits of the TYT video done, because it's very clip heavy, which makes it easier for scripts, makes it very difficult in sourcing material. I don't know what I would do if YouTube didn't start adding transcripts to the videos, because if you go to the description box of a video, and you can scroll down to the bottom of the description box, it'll have transcript, and it's an automatically auto-generated transcript. And so then you open it up and it shows up where the comment section would be during like a live stream. And then you can do Control F and search for words. Searching for jank, not that easy. You usually have to look for Jen. Because it is auto-generated, so it's not like it knows the spelling or anything of that sort. And it's just the best it can hear it at times, and sometimes it's very hilarious. I actually got a screen grab of something it said around my name. Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to do it without that, that's for sure. Because it's a lot of, like, some of them are quick montages, some of them are not so quick montages, some of them, like, some of the clips I'm clipping out are a couple minutes long, but some are like from 6 different videos, and then it only is like 30 seconds long once you clip out what I want from those 6 different videos. So it's a lot of work, and I kind of just want to get it done because Jank doesn't stop. He's like on a roll. He's going on so many shows right now that it's hard to keep up, and I don't want to. I just kind of want to get this done, say my piece, and be done with it, you know? Because I want to focus on things like the Ontario election and the federal election and just Canadian news in general. Oh, let's see. So yeah, that's a lot of what I've been working on. Like I said, I'm feeling it. As I was like working on getting the docket together today, I was feeling it. I have the potential of getting very emotional during this live stream, which is why I'm saving the bit about our governments saying there's only 2 genders till the end. But yeah, the problem also is that during the week, I'll start bookmarking all of these clips or things that I want to go over, but I never start taking them out of my likes until right before I want to do my live stream. And it can take hours, especially if it's been over a week, to go through all of my likes, because it's not just that. Then I have to take them out. Then I have to separate them into the different categories of the dockets that I want to do. Then I have to actually make sure I've watched some or read some of the material so I know what I'm getting into. Get rid of duplicates, get rid of stuff. It's like, okay, well, I don't really need this comment because I have this one. Put them in an order that makes that can run smoothly and stuff. And it takes a lot of work. And it would be a lot easier if I just even made sure I removed those from my likes during the week, but it's not like I ever remember to do that. So I've been sitting in front of this computer since noon, getting all of this together. Obsessive audio. Ford is by far the most corrupt politician in Canadian history in terms of dollar amount. 8 to 10 billion on the Greenbelt scandal. Yeah, I was talking about that with somebody, and I'm hard pressed to think of any politician in North America that is actually more corrupt than he is. Like more blatantly corrupt. Like I know there are corrupt politicians, of course, but it's usually a scandal here or there, you know. It's they're corrupt with a certain industry or a certain thing, and Doug Ford just seems to be corrupt across the board. Like he can be bought by anyone. He has his hands in all these different pots. There are so many things that he's just selling to his, like I'm very hard pressed to think of any other politician that has been as corrupt as him. But he's calling for an election now because now is his best chance of winning that re-election. It is so... Let's just see. Jet, maybe they won't eat my face if I offer to have beers with them. Jank. Yeah. And Grand Theft Autobot, I'm sure Jank thinks he could have stopped World War II if he could have had a beer with Hitler. Maybe. Also, I want to know your thoughts in the comments section, because it's a little snag that I've hit with the editing. Because Jank has claimed he never called Trump a Nazi or a dictator, which he has, or Hitler, and he has. And, you know, that's part of the montage is showing how much he has. However, he has claimed and admitted to the fact that he's called Trump a fascist. I'd like to know everyone's opinion on this in the Sandbox. What is the difference between Nazi and fascist? Just wondering, like, is there really a difference when it comes down to it between the categories? So everyone, put your thoughts in the Sandbox. I'm kind of interested to know. Grand Theft Autobot, I'd say Ford is in second corruption next to Trump. Yeah, Trump is also extraordinarily corrupt. and a much bigger dollar value as well, just given, you know, he's the president of the United States again. Hello, Donald James. Yeah, so everyone in the Sandbox, let me know what you think. If there is a difference between being called a Nazi and being called a fascist, and if there is a difference, let me know what that difference is that you think of. Shemagli, Nazis are just the most well-known examples of fascism. 56 Nick Rich, Nazis are fascists with a uniform and flag. Yeah. I don't think there's a difference, personally. It's a really weak sauce kind of, oh, I never called him a Nazi, I called him a fascist. Hey, I didn't say the person was a dumbass, I said that they had an ass and they are dumb. It's just... It's a good thing I brought in there a Diet Coke out with me, because I knew I was going to finish that one off. Mozart, squares and rectangles, all Nazis are fascists, but not all fascists are Nazis. Donald James X, I would say Nazis and fascists are the same sentiment. Okay, well. Anti-K's Tarot, I don't think it matters, which are both the same kind of evil. Yeah, it's very... To try to draw that distinction, to basically keep himself out of hot water with the new administration down in the States, I find is very cowardly. Like he's just being a coward, as opposed to just owning it. Because now he has to backtrack and saying, oh, well, I never called them this, because he's trying to be buddies with them and get along with them and all that sort of, and pander to them. Yeah. Let's see. Obsessive Audio. Mussolini said that fascism should ultimately be called corporatism. And you got that from the anti-corporatist. Jet, the difference is basically only historical and completely irrelevant outside of the context. Yeah. Okay, well, keep putting your thoughts in there, and we're actually going to get to the news, because there's a lot of it to cover, so it's a good thing I started, you know, before 6. So I should probably start getting to the news part of this before 6. Okay. So, yeah, there is now a leadership race going on for the Liberal Party, the federal Liberal Party of this country. And the deadline has passed to put your name in the hat. And in order to put your name in the hat, you had to, you know, spring up with $50,000 right off the bat, but it's going to be $350,000 in installment payments that needs to be raised during your campaign. We'll get to it. And 7 contenders have put that's a lot of money. My God. 7 people think that they can raise $350,000. No wonder it's only the 1% in government. And so let's see who these people are. Get a little bit more into it, because it really matters, because, you know, we need somebody who's going to be able to stand up to Donald Trump, to stand up to the premiers, especially the conservative premiers, somebody who can go toe-to-toe with Pierre Poilievre and push back against all of his lying rhetoric, you know, really push back against Pierre's hateful rhetoric, which they have not been doing recently, especially with certain groups of people, because they don't want to seem too woke, too left, radical left. So they're going to let one side attack vulnerable groups of people without saying anything. Like I said, I'm saving that story till the end, because I'm probably going to get super emotional during it. Let's watch this clip here from CTV News. Meet the 7 candidates running to replace Justin Trudeau as Liberal leader.
Now, as we heard in Judy's report, the Prime Minister responded strongly to Donald Trump's often repeated tariff threats while he was meeting with the Liberal National Caucus in Ottawa. The conversation happening on deadline day for candidates to enter the leadership race. Everyone who wants in has to be in. And as of right now, there are 7 candidates to replace Justin Trudeau, including Mark Carney, Chrystia Freeland, and former House Leader Karina Gould. Okay, let's bring in CTV's Mike Couture and Mike. More.
Pretty much the rest don't matter. Like, it's. I would love to say that the race is between the 3 she just mentioned. I don't think Karina Gould has much of a chance, even though she's the one that I would actually want to see in, of all the people. And I was saying this well before there was even a leadership race, because I think she has what it takes. She's personable, and, well, we'll see a little bit more about why I think she would make the best candidate or the best leader for the Liberal Party.
Liberals are revealing who they support, so tell us.
Sandy, with the Liberal caucus coming together, divisions are beginning to show as people throw their support behind leadership candidates.
I'm definitely endorsing Mark Carney.
I'm supporting Chrystia Freeland.
As Liberals line up behind their choice for leader, CTV News has confirmed Quebec Cabinet Minister François-Philippe Champagne is set to endorse Mark Carney this weekend, even though he wouldn't confirm it today.
Wait until the end of the week, I would say, but someone who shares my vision, of an ambitious Canada, of a confident Canada, of a prosperous Canada.
While Carney gains support from cabinet ministers, Chrystia Freeland was flanked by 2 supporting her as she arrived for the meeting, talking about her leadership.
For me, a huge emphasis is going to be reviving the party.
Other contenders believe that revival begins with them. Jaime Baptiste kicked off his campaign hoping to be the first Indigenous Prime Minister of Canada, and Karina Gould finalized her paperwork, promising to be more in touch with Canadians.
I think we have to be honest about the fact that Canadians have lost trust in our party. And
Thank you. Yeah, we have. It's good to actually acknowledge that.
part of it is because I don't think we responded to the issues that they were telling us mattered to them.
Exactly. Yeah, you weren't. That was a problem. It was definitely a problem.
That admission comes as contenders lay out positions contradicting current party policy. Freeland has said she would scrap the consumer carbon tax and roll back changes to the capital gains inclusion rate, 2 policies she defended as finance minister.
There's no flip-flopping here. It's purely an evolution in a positive direction. I'm quite happy about it.
I was born in Fort Smith, Northwest Territories.
Without a seat in Parliament, Carney was not at caucus, but he released a new ad promoting his positions and his pedigree.
When the markets crashed, no way.
His pedigree? That's a interesting choice of word right there.
I worked with a conservative prime minister to protect Canadian homes.
The leadership race will now really ramp up as both Carney and Freeland are expected to hold separate meetings with Liberals in Ottawa to court more support. Sandy?
All right.
And we got a little bit more here. Darn it, I thought that had part of the clip in it that... I go through so many clips. Is it actually up in here? No, darn it. Because Karina Gould also said, I think it's, does she say it on here? Is it on here? She wasn't talking about like reinvigorating the Liberal Party. She was talking about actually changing it. Darn it, where was it? This is so frustrating. I had it somewhere. Like I said, I go through so many of these clips that it's like, because I try to also like narrow it down a bit. It's not there. Let's see if this will have it. Oh, that might have, no. It won't have all of it. It will have just part of it. Okay, let's just... Sorry about this. Talks amongst yourself while I see if I can find the actual clip that I was hoping to have of her. Because it spoke more about what she was saying. Let's see. Okay, I don't think it has the full clip, but you kind of still got the gist of what she was saying, that, you know, the people have lost trust in the party, which is very true. And she was also promising things like this. Let's go down here.
I would make permanent a GST cut on children's clothing, diapers, strollers, and car seats.
So she's already laying out some of her policy, which is good, but this is what I wanted to get to in this CBC article here about the 7 contenders. So under the rules set by the party, candidates had until 5 p.m. Eastern Thursday to submit a nomination package, including the signatures of 300 registered Liberals, including at least 100 from 3 different provinces or territories, and $50,000 refundable deposit. It's a fraction of the $350,000 total entry fee. The payments are being spread over 4 installments between January 23rd and February 17th. So in 4 small installments, you can become a candidate in the Liberal leadership race. But also, CBC did something weird in their article. They said here, party still has to approve candidates. But then they didn't say anything about this. Like usually when they have this type of title, they then actually build on it. But this just seems to be a random sentence in the middle of the article. But it is true. They do have to actually approve candidates. They can't just, you know, let anyone sign up to become a candidate in the Liberal leadership race. And this is normal. And this is one of the barriers and reason why it's very hard to get the parties to change, because the parties tend to screen out people they don't want as a candidate or they don't want as a distraction. So it's very hard to get in as like a message campaign, if that's what you're trying to do. Like if you're trying to, let's say, move the Liberal Party a little bit to the left on a certain subject or something, but the Liberal Party is like, nah, we don't want that, then they'll simply prevent you from entering the race altogether. So you can't even be a message candidate. Let's see. And speaking of candidates they didn't approve, Chandra, he's already been disqualified from running for reasons. I don't know what those reasons are. First and foremost, and this is from his Twitter account, first and foremost, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the hundreds of volunteers across Canada who have worked tirelessly day and night over the past 2 weeks to mobilize support for a Liberal leadership campaign. Your unwavering dedication inspires me. I am deeply humbled and honored by the thousands of Canadians who joined the Liberal Party to support what I stand for and policies aimed at building blah, blah. Okay, yeah, you get the point. So he's already been disqualified. So that 7 is now down to 6. And so there's a Wikipedia page about the leadership race right now. So if we scroll down here, we have Jamie, I think it's Baptiste. So he's parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and he's an MP. So let's see. Campaign slogan, a balanced vision for Canada. And policies, nothing. Okay. Then we have Frank Baylis, who nobody knows who he is. Apparently he's an MP. Let's see. Oh, he also has a slogan, prosperity for all Canadians. Oh, catchy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, got it. Uh-huh. Mark Carney. So Governor of Bank of Canada, Governor of Bank of England. Yeah, that's on his resume, but not exactly in Parliament already. He doesn't have a seat, which, as the article was pointing out, or the video was pointing out, makes it hard for him to actually challenge anyone on, policy or stuff within the parliamentary system because he's not allowed access to it yet. He does not have a slogan yet. Left too woke would be my thought of what his slogan would be. But let's see. He has replaced carbon tax with something more effective and reaching carbon neutral targets. That's very vague. That's not exactly like what you mean. Just replace it with something. And then we have Ruby Dalla. She's an MP. Let's see. Oh, she has a slogan too. Canada's comeback starts now. No policies. None. And then, of course, Chrystia Freeland. She's had lots and lots of minister positions. And this is why you're allowed to call bullshit. When back last winter, in the end of, in December there, where she said Justin Trudeau was going to fire her from her ministry position, so she decided to come out first and denounce him and all that sort of stuff. She was probably just going to get moved to a different ministry. Because once you get up to that level of involvement with the party, it's rare that you would be told you're not a minister anymore. You just kind of get reshuffled around. So let's see. Her campaign slogan is Fight for Canada. And she also has replaced carbon tax with a system collaboratively developed with the provinces and territories. Scrap increase to inclusion rates on capital gains tax. Implement automatic leadership reviews at Parliament biannual conventions. I would like that. That would be nice. So we're not left in these positions where it's like, we're getting close to an election. Probably should change up that leadership. And then we have Karina Gold, my pick. And so she's leader of the government in House of Commons, Minister of Family, Children and Social Development, but she's also been Minister of International Development, also has been Minister of Democratic Institutions. She does not have a slogan yet, but here. Cancel April carbon tax increase and a creation of a comprehensive plan when it comes to the price on pollution. Now, the reason why that they're all saying this is because of Pierre Poilievre's axe the tax over and over again. So they want to make it known that we're looking into that for you. Oppose capital gain tax hikes. Not a fan of that. I want more. I want more tax hikes. But here we have permanently removed GST for children's clothing, diapers, and strollers and car seats. Because one of my qualms about this little GST holiday that, Trudeau wanted to give us was it doesn't help anything long term. Like, it's just a little drop in the bucket to make you feel a little bit better. It's like kissing a wound in a way. It doesn't do anything constructive. It doesn't make people's lives improved over time. It's just a little brevity in a shitstorm, and not even that much of one. So to make that permanent would be good, but I really just appreciate her at least acknowledging that people have lost trust in the Liberal Party and that they need to re-examine that sort of thing. And they need to actually, listen to what people are saying, because they didn't take what people were saying seriously. And that's good. And you see, the thing is, oh yeah, also disqualified person here. It's a good thing he didn't have a campaign slogan yet. Oh, but I support the abolition of the monarchy. That would have been nice. Seeks to lead a small, more efficient government. So you're conservative, okay. Opposes diversity, equity, inclusion quotas. Okay, I'm starting to put together why the Liberals maybe didn't want you. Proposing taxing expatriate citizens would remove carbon pricing, supports recognizing Palestine as a state. Well, some wins, some losses there. But part of the reason why I think she would also be good, Karina Gold, getting back to her, is, let's just do this because I'm going to be talking about this. She doesn't have the same type of baggage as Chrystia Freeland and Mark Carney, as in being an extreme insider. She comes across as more personable, like just, again, the mere fact that she was acknowledging people, like, oh, we weren't listening. And yeah, it affected us. And we need to, gain the trust back because we have lost it. Versus, Chrystia, we just need to reinvigorate the party. No, you need to do a lot more than that. You have to have some introspection going on. And the thing is that Chrystia and Mark Carney are popular within the liberal establishment, the liberal elite base, that group. Outside of that, they're not very popular. And Chrystia has a whole lot of issues that we will, again, touch on. Mark Carney, again, he is not a good pick because he's already throwing like left-wing ideas, left policies under the bus, saying that the Liberal Party had gone too woke, had gone too radical left already. And so he's basically a conservative. He's what a traditional conservative is. And he's not going to help make the party better. And if he were to get in, and let's say hypothetically he were to win and become prime minister, we'd be in the exact same situation we're in now a year from now. Because the faith in the party will be gone. He's going to do nothing to regain that faith. And he's going to keep on the same status quo that people are so fucking mad with right now. He won't change anything. And he's just another very privileged, entitled, rich white man running for office because he feels like it's owed to him. But let's check in and see. So I have a couple more articles and stuff about Chrystia and Mark Carney that we can get into to get a little bit more idea of, again, of what they're presenting to the world and how we're interpreting it. Chrystia Freeland says she's running against the Ottawa establishment in Liberal leadership race, says CBC News. Freeland suggests Mark Carney is the top choice of the Prime Minister's office, but she's not. She's not the establishment. No, of course not. Liberal leadership hopeful Chrystia Freeland says she's running against the Ottawa establishment as more federal cabinet ministers rally around her top rival, former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney. It's central to my campaign to see this is not about liberal elites deciding. This is about the grassroots. Freeland said in an interview on CBC's The House that will air on Saturday, I am really happy to be running against the Ottawa establishment. I think we need a change, Freeland told the Post. Sorry, I'm just going to mute this for a second. Okay. Just, yeah. Sure. Yeah, No, she is exactly what the establishment is. She is the insider. The idea she's talking about a grassroots movement, considering what she does to grassroots movements, like this one. Here's a video of all the protest disruptions at Freeland's Liberal leadership launch. Chrystia Freeland wasn't able to gain any momentum during her speech after more than a dozen pro-Palestinian protesters interrupted her with chants and heckles. Let's watch this. Again, this is why it's nice just to hear Karina say, we weren't listening to people, because this is exactly what Chrystia Freeland is doing, is not listening to people. Because this is where you could actually communicate to the population that you're going to be different, that you're going to be a different type of Liberal Party, a different type of leader, by actually saying, you know what, I hear you, and we didn't do a good job before listening to your concerns, and they're valid, and we need to change our policy around that situation because what happened there was horrible. But well, there's more to this than just this, because she actually responds. No matter how much she tries to separate herself from Justin Trudeau, it's never going to work. Because she was the deputy prime minister who stood by and said nothing while a genocide was happening. And in fact, she helped enable that genocide with the policies that the Liberal Party had, with the sales of weapons, the complete lack of acknowledgement of what was happening to the Palestinians, but would always be like, oh, these poor Israeli soldiers got hurt. Shucks darn. But no mention of the actual horrors. Chrystia can't separate that from herself. Like she can't run on a platform of saying she stood strong against it when she quite clearly did not. Like, good on all of these people who went in there to disrupt this, to disrupt her launch. So here, she was actually questioned about that. So Ahmad, who is author of Poilievre something, a newsletter on politics, policies, and personalities at Queen's Park, has and if you have a tip or story, you can forward it to him. Here's my question to Liberal leadership candidate Chrystia Freeland about over a dozen pro-Palestinian protesters who interrupted her campaign launch, unhappy about the federal government's response to the war in Gaza. Let's see what she had to say about that. That's a smug-ass smile.
Ms. Freeland, thank you for taking my question. Ahmed El-Bayoumi with Polycorner, and I do hope moving forward we can have more opportunities to ask questions. I'd like to ask you about the elephant in the room. You were interrupted by over a dozen protesters unhappy with the Trudeau government's response to the war in Gaza. Over a dozen people were kicked out, the room thinned out, and some told us that they were arbitrarily kicked out by your campaign team. Organizers say it's a result of repeated attempts by constituents of yours to reach you to, and I quote, to address her unwavering support for Israel's military operations in Gaza. We haven't seen this at any other campaign launch, not at Ms. Gould, not at Mr. Carney's. Why do you think you're being singled out by these protesters? And is there anything of substance that you can say to their concerns about the government's response to the war?
So yeah, very thought out question, very good thought out question, you know. Let's hear if she has like an adequate response to this. Let's just hypothetically, like, you know, going in with a open mind as to how she's going to respond to this.
Thank you for the question. I do want to say I am really grateful that we live in a democracy. I am really grateful that we live in a country where everyone can express their view and where everyone has the right to protest. That is an amazing thing about Canada, and it's really important that people can disagree with each other and that everyone can state their view. It's also the case.
Yay, everyone can protest. We're in a democracy. Everyone can state their views, unless I'm talking.
That the right to protest doesn't include the right to disrupt other people's right to speech. That is also essential about Canada.
How did they disrupt her right to speech exactly? Like, here's the thing about a protest. They're disruptive. That's kind of the point. And she could have actually addressed their concerns, talked about their concerns, talked to them as human beings, instead of having them all dragged out. But, oh no, they were interrupting my spotlight. Gosh, I needed, like, this was my time, my moment, and they were interrupting it, asking me about the genocide that I was complicit in.
We cannot allow protest doesn't mean drowning out.
She almost said, we cannot allow. She almost said we cannot allow protests. This is, you can hear the P. You can hear the P.
Allow protest doesn't mean drowning.
It's like, oh no, I need to change how I'm saying that.
We cannot allow protest doesn't mean drowning out other people's voices. That is entirely unacceptable. That is not how Canadian democracy works. And I know that Canadians are not going to stand for that, and neither will I.
We're not going to stand for protests. We're a democracy. We have freedom here. No, not when I'm speaking.
When it comes to the Middle East, let me just say I am cautiously optimistic about the ceasefire in Gaza. I think we all share that sense of cautious optimism. For me,
That was a long ass pause right there. She's trying to collect her thoughts of like, how do I proceed with this? Because, yeah, we hope that there's a ceasefire. You can see the wheels turning. That was a long ass pause. She did not have this kind of thought out ahead of time.
share that sense of cautious optimism. For me, and I think for all of us, what has happened has been absolutely heartbreaking.
What happened where?
It has been awful
What has been awful?
to see the images, to hear the stories,
What images? What stories are you talking about?
to see the carnage.
Carnage caused by who?
That is absolutely unacceptable.
What is unacceptable about this?
Canada has been calling for a ceasefire. I am cautiously optimistic about the ceasefire that has been announced. It is so important for people to stop dying.
Which people? Why are they dying? What's the cause? It's not, it's not because why? It's not just natural causes that's causing people to die en masse in Gaza. Why are they dying? Nothing. She's not going to.
And it is so important to recognize the pain, the heartbreak, the tragedy.
It's so important to recognize the pain, the heartbreak, and the tragedy of people I'm not acknowledging, by methods I'm not acknowledging, by the people who are I'm not going to acknowledge all of that, but it's, heartbroken. Took a while for people to oh, she's done? I guess we should clap, huh?
Announced, it is so important for people to stop dying, and it is so important to recognize the pain, the heartbreak, the tragedy.
She does not look comfortable with that answer, and she shouldn't. She shouldn't. That was a horrible answer. But from the CBC pitch bot, I think what we're all kind of feeling, Chryssia Freeland finally lives up to her grandfather's legacy by collaborating in a genocide. That's a good picture, actually. That's a really good picture. Yeah. She is not a good candidate to be, in leadership position of the Liberal Party because of all this unacknowledged baggage that she has. All the ties. Again, you shouldn't blame a person for the ties their family has, but it's the fact that she's never really denounced them. She's never addressed them. She's never said, well, I'm not a Nazi. It's pretty... We're in that day and age where you probably need to start stating things like, I'm not a Nazi. But actually mean it, as opposed to, the Nazis that are like, I'm not a Nazi, tee hee hee. Yeah. But it's a race between her and Mark Carney right now, and not good. Not good. Because, again, it's just a part of the establishment, what she says she's fighting against, part of the establishment within the Liberals that even want to see her as leader. Outside of the Liberal Party, people don't like her for very valid reasons. And so here we have a little bit more on Mark Carney. And so this is from David, and he is a writer, author, podcast host, mostly on Blue Sky, but he does lots of good work From the iPolitics newsletter, this makes me like Carney even less. It's utterly entitled. And then he quotes part of it that's in it, and he says, just a normal, non-elite guy. And this is part of the iPolitics newsletter. And this is quoting Mark Carney. We can put this economy back on track as a team, he said, promising to build the strongest economy in the G7 and to stand up to the Americans. He argued that he is ready to take over as prime minister, even though he has never held elected office. I have had many jobs where I have come in at the top. I came in at the top at the Bank of England, the Bank of Canada, in terms of the United Nations and climate change. He said on his way to a private reception of cabinet ministers, MPs, and party faithfuls. Yeah, no, I always come up at top, so I'm kind of owed this. You know, it's my position in life to be on top with all of these things. It's not what you're offering people. It's no, I come up at top, so I deserve this. And then here we have from David Jacobs. He's just tweeting out this little clip from CTV News. Canadians will be informed of my plans on a need-to-know basis. And right now, they don't need to know. The sense of entitlement is of this unelected man who expects to be appointed as prime minister is mind-boggling.
Because you could be prime minister in a matter of weeks. Why wouldn't you tell the Canadian people what they're in for?
Canadians are going to know exactly what we intend to do by the end of the leadership, and we're going to roll it out, and they're going to be detailed. Because
they're going to know eventually, sometime. Yeah. But none of that woke left nonsense. We moved way too far left. Way too far left. Now, there was a little bit of an incident at his little campaign stop here, Mark Carney's campaign stop here. And so here this centers around Nate, who is an MP for Beaches, East York, who was, he's Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. And what's the word when he is showing his favor for Mark Carney? There's a word. He's endorsing. Yeah, he's endorsing Mark Carney. And so there was a little campaign stop. This little campaign stop with, let's get his name again, Nate.
Neil Erskine-Smith, who endorsed him before the event. Conservative Deputy Leader, though, Melissa Lansman, spoke, accusing Carney of refusing to answer questions about his plans if he wins the race. She also accused Carney of offering Erskine-Smith something in exchange for his support.
This is a guy who might be prime minister in 6 weeks, and he has yet to announce a single policy or what he has promised Mr. Erskine-Smith.
He's going to axe the tax. Didn't you read the Wikipedia page?
Who is just about to endorse him, the radical drug advocate. So I think that Canadians...
So she's referring to the MP Nate as being a radical drug advocate.
I think that Canadians deserve answers. I think Canadians...
Welcome to the Beaches East York.
Thank you. I want to know what you promised Mark Carney.
I want to buy you a drink.
Perfect. We want to know what Mark Carney promised Mr. Erskine-Smith for his endorsement today.
So a reminder, she crashed their campaign stop. You know, it's not some bystander that came walking up to her. She crashed their campaign stop to make a bit of a spectacle, and she did.
I hope that you...
So lots of accusations there. Meantime, transport...
today. So I hope that you...
So let's go back here.
Thank you. I want to know what you promised Mark Carney.
I want to buy you a drink.
So here, this is where a lot of the controversy is coming in from this little clip here.
I think Canadians...
Welcome to the Beaches East York.
Thank you. I want to know what you promised Mark Carney.
I want to buy you a drink.
Perfect. We want to know what Mark Carney promised Mr.
So as you can see, he put his hand on her shoulder. They both kind of patted each other's backs, but then he leaned in more on her shoulder and said, I want to buy you a drink. Because as we all know, people in the Sandbox, you want to go out and have beers with your enemies. That's how you make friends. And so then there's some people pointing out, because the Conservatives are saying, what a creep, touching her, asking her for a drink, and then standing and heckling her from the sidelines. Stay classy, libs. Keep the double standard, media. And so here it is again. Asking her, we should go have a drink. So again, he wasn't heckling her from the sidelines. She was crashing their party. And here we have Faye Johnstone, an advocate, a trans right advocate, saying the Conservatives are emboldening the worst kinds of misogynistic, transphobic, and homophobic crap, and they're turning around and playing victim over a completely normal interaction. It's disgustingly hypocritical. They'll do anything to own the libs. We also have this person who, as seen on CTV Global, so she's a reporter, I do not know how to say that name. She says, don't crash someone's press event and then cry about being confronted when you're talking trash about someone with an earshot. He was still good-natured. I have a bit of a hot take on this one. The Conservatives aren't exactly wrong. To me, what I saw him do, that there were... It's always, would he have acted that way if who he was talking to was a man? Would he have, I could see the shoulder to get her attention and then the little pats. But to me, the part where it's kind of like, no, I get it. That's a bit much, was when he leaned in and put both of his hands on her shoulder. To me, would he have done that if it was a man? A little microaggression there. The asking for a drink, tongue in cheek, maybe. I actually don't completely disagree with the Conservatives in this situation. And it's kind of bothersome that a lot of the people will immediately go against what the Conservatives say and say, no, it's totally, it's the Conservatives, they're raising all this hatred and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. And, and going to his defense right away. And it's like, I saw the footage.
Welcome to the BTC store.
Thank you. I want to know what you promised Mark Carney.
I'm going to buy you a drink.
All of that, fine.
We want to know what Mark Carney... What Mark
This
Carney
part.
promised Mr. Erskine.
To me, that pushed it. Like, again, I don't think it was anything like over the top. It was a microaggression. That's the way that I saw that one. Like, I don't think he assaulted her or anything that drastic. Just, it was microaggression. And it's okay to call that out. But of course, yes, she was there for a spectacle. She got that spectacle. And of course, they're blowing it out of proportion. So there's a lot of blowing out proportions on all sides of the campaigns when it comes to this sort of thing, which is just super frustrating because then it discounts all the real issues that can come into play, like the real addressing of microaggressions or when they blow up other issues out of proportion, then it can really dismiss and oversee a lot of, like, there are people affected by these issues on the ground. Things like, the whole two genders thing, the way that the Conservatives are talking about it and the way that the Liberals are ignoring it because they don't want to seem as too woke. But there's actual real people it's affecting. And that story will be at the end of all of this. So just got a couple more with the federal stuff. And then we'll move on to some other stories. So NDP MP Angus calls for investigation into Elon Musk over potential election interference. It's nice that Charlie is being very vocal and being very, strong against the tariffs and Donald Trump and stuff. A little too too little too late? Like, he's retiring. That's the only reason why he's saying any of this. If he was trying to go for his seat again, there's no way in hell he would be this vocal about these issues. But since he's retiring, he feels a little bit more liberated to say what's actually on his mind. But the reality is, too, yeah, this is a real issue. New Democrat MP Charlie Angus is calling on Elections Canada to launch an investigation into Elon Musk and his social media platform X, saying he is concerned about potential interference by the tech billionaire in the next federal election. In the 2-page letter to Chief Electoral Officer Stephen Perot, Angus said Musk has been playing a role in recent elections in a variety of countries, donating millions of dollars to conservative candidates and using X, formerly known as Twitter, to amplify the political messages of candidates he favors. He has formed alliances with right-wing populist leaders, amplified extremist influencers, and spread hate, disinformation towards marginal groups, Angus wrote. This is a real concern. Because a lot of people still like to brush off social media. Oh, it's not real life. Oh, it has a huge influence on real life, actually, these days. Because most people, especially younger people, they're now going to social media for their news. It's not mainstream media on the TV anymore. A lot of people just don't even have cable anymore. More and more people are going on to social media to find out what is happening in the world, so it can absolutely be influenced this way. And we saw it happen in the American election. We need to make sure we have guardrails in place so it doesn't happen here as well. Because this right-wing extremism is on the rise here in Canada. You know, there was a way that I was going to end that phrase, but then it didn't make any sense. Right-wing extremism is undeniably on the rise here in Canada. It's basically what I was trying to say. And here we have Pierre Poilievre, our common sense plan to put Canada first. And Rachel Gilmore pointing out, I find it so wild that he keeps using the Canada First slogan when that's been the slogan for Canada's knockoff Nick Fuentes, white nationalist group for years now. Anyways, so here is from this group she's talking about, Canada First Exposed, months inside one of Canada's biggest, youngest, and newest white supremacist chat rooms. But Pierre Poilievre has been known to use certain hashtags and stuff to cater to incels, to right-wing groups. This doesn't surprise me. This is, I wouldn't even say it's dog whistling. He's just barking it out to that base, to the right-wingers, to the white nationalists. He's just barking. He's not whistling. He is just barking it out. And here we have an article from The Breach inside the Conservative Party's growing alliance with right-wing Hindu groups. So it's not just groups here, it's other right-wing groups. Hindu organizations are springing up in Canada, often parroting conservative talking points about crime, cost of living, and anti-LGBTQ policies. Welcome, the Hindu spiritual guru intoned from his elevated stage covered in white and saffron cloth, and very, very happy birthday to you. It was June 2023, and Pierre Poilievre was getting a warm reception at the Hindu Sabha Temple in Brampton, Ontario. The Conservative Party leader, wearing a sash with the inscription hailing female Hindu goddess, and there's a lot of words in here I'm not going to know how to say, was introduced to a full house of temple gurus, the next Prime Minister of Canada. By the time he got around to making remarks, Poilievre outlined his usual policy proposals, slashing taxes, balancing the budget, cutting housing regulations, but he also offers specifically for Canada's Hindus. When I got to India and met with the Indian Prime Minister, we will sign a free trade agreement and I will be able to sign document in Hindi, he pledged to a loud applause. So I am going to pop this into the Sandbox because we still have a ton of stuff to go over. Let's just see. There's still a little bit more here. For a decade, India has been ruled by the BJP, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The BJP has tried to move India away from its historical commitment to secularism towards Hindu supremacy, known as, again, not good with these words, often turning to extrajudicial violence under their reign. Under their reign, wealth inequality has risen to a level greater than during the British colonial period and largely concentrated in the upper castes. The BJP has relied on increasingly large and influential Hindu diaspora in countries like Canada for important support from donations to lobbying. In the midst of the right-wing shift, a proliferation of Hindu civil society organizations have sprung up in Canada, many of them parroting conservative talking points about crime, cost of living, and the anti-LGBTQ dog whistle of parents' rights. So I'm going to toss this into the Sandbox because Pierre Poilievre is not just trying to cozy up to one right-wing group, he's trying to cozy up to all of them. Oops. Okay, so that is in the Sandbox. The Breach is a really good magazine that, if you can, support. They do a lot of good reporting. Back to the main shot. Okay, so I'm going to check in on the Sandbox, and then we'll get into the next bits of news. Let's see. Before I get into the Sandbox, I just want to see what do I want to do next. Is that, and that. Not. Oh, I still have a lot to go over. Darn it, I'm going to have to pick up my pace. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of what order I want to do this in. Okay, I think I want to do that one next. Okay, sorry about that. I don't have producers helping me out, so. Let's check the Sandbox. Shemagli, what about their right to speech, Christia? Grand Theft Autobot, how disrupting other people's right to be alive. Hello, Choky and Bad Lefty. Crotchy, not crotchety, but crotchy. I don't think it is a breach of charter rights to interrupt a politician's speech with chants and the Freeland chants were drowning out the Free Palestine chants. Her statement was nonsensical. And Shemagli, you just had people hauled out, yeah. Let's see. Megan, not sure how to say your last name. Why don't you like Pierre, if I can ask? He's a faux populist. He's catering to right-wing groups to get more attention, to get more publicity and more support. And these right-wing groups are rather drastic and extreme, including one that threatened to essay his wife. He has already said that he will use the notwithstanding clause to take away people's right when it comes to bail reform. And it's probably not going to stop there. If you use it once, you're probably going to use it more than that. He's anti-LGBTQ plus in his rhetoric, and we'll be getting more to that later in this live stream. He's only providing slogans without any real substantive policy and what he's going to do to change things, because a lot of what he's going to do will harm the population overall. His policies will harm people. He's not working for the people, he's working for the corporations and the right-wing interests by far. He lies repeatedly when he's doing his stump speeches, but unfortunately, a lot of our reporters don't tend to call it out in the moment, which means he gets away with it. He is not a good person, and he's not interested in helping the people of Canada. He is moving Canada in a fascistic way. Now, for us to get to a fascistic state like the USA, it's a lot more difficult to do in Canada. It's not impossible, but it's a lot more difficult. But he's catering to the right wing. He's adding to that hostile environment. He's making life more difficult, more threatening to people that are in vulnerable groups. All you have to do is start asking him exactly, what does he mean when he say axe the tax? What does he mean when he says build the homes? Like, what are the actual policies behind it? Who's benefiting from it? Because yeah, sure, homes could be built, but are they going to developers to just make more money to build homes that nobody can afford? Or is he going to be building homes that are for Canadians, that are affordable, that will actually help with the housing crisis? But he complains about the housing crisis, even though he was housing minister under Stephen Harper, and that is when the housing crisis started. There is nothing he plans on doing that will actually help the people, because he's not interested in helping the people. And as I've said plenty of times, he's a potato. He's a non-player character in the system. All he is a talking mouthpiece for the right-wing agenda. He doesn't have his own thoughts. That's why if you were to push him on things, he wouldn't be able to come up with coherent answers, because he's not doing this from any stance of principles. People's lives will be threatened, and some people definitely in danger if he were to get to be prime minister. A lot of our rights will be threatened to be taken away, especially when it comes to the right to choose to what happens to your body, both for trans care and reproductive care. Again, it's more difficult to do that in Canada. It's not impossible. And conservatives love to find workarounds, and they do. So our rights will start to be stripped away. The affordability crisis will only get worse. He's not offering solutions, he's offering slogans. And he's catering to the right wing. When you have extremist right wings, Elon Musk, Jordan Peterson, Diagolon, the extremist right wing group that threatened to essay his wife. When you have all of those people supporting you, it's a good indication, you're a right winger. You're offering to relay what they want to the public, to force it onto people. He's going to cut tax for the wealthy, but increase taxes for the working class. He's going to cut benefits because suddenly they don't have the same revenue, so we have to cut all these social benefits. He's going to work on privatizing systems. We're going to have to be ready to hit the streets day one in protests, have the signs ready. If he becomes prime minister, we have to be ready to make sure we don't lose what we have. At least with a Liberal or an NDP government, we can work towards gaining more. But with a Conservative government, we have to fight like hell just to make sure we don't backslide. Let's see. B-Cat, what a mealy-mouthed non-answer. Not about me, but about Chryssia Freeland. Crotchy, has Canada been calling for a ceasefire, Chryssia Freeland? I don't remember that at all. Not exactly, but sometimes There has been a call, like a pause in it, not a full-fledged ceasefire, but like, oh, we should have a pause, a temporary pause in it, and things of that sort. But they would always then reiterate that Hamas has to stop their aggressions. They have to release all the hostages and stuff without that ceasefire in place first. Putting all the onus on Hamas as opposed to, the people who are actually perpetrating all the violence. But there has been some milquetoast. Israel has a right to defend itself within the realms of international humanitarian law. There should be a ceasefire. Like, there has been some talk about it, but not very forcefully. Enough to piss off Anthony Horsfarter, who is the Zionist MP of the Liberal Party, who was so upset when the NDP passed a motion to... It wasn't even legislation. It was just a motion to say, you know what, what's happening is wrong. And that set off Anthony Horsfarter in the worst way. Like, how dare they do this? Obsessive audio, what BB and IDF is doing is wrong. ICC, ICJ have said so as well. Have I said hello to you yet, Mozart and good for Gabby? If not, hello. Hello, Bobby. Sorry if I miss your name. Obsessive audio, she can't lead the Liberals to a win. No. I'm very doubtful the Liberals are in a winning position right now. Mark Carney probably stands the best chance because a lot of people view him as being your typical strong white man. Again, my preferred pick would be Korea Gold, but there's still a lot of sexism involved, unfortunately. And they probably view Mark Carney as being like the strong man we need right now to step up to the moment, to push back against Pierre and Donald and all that sort of stuff. But he's not going to make the Liberal Party any better. He's going to make it, substantially the same and worse. Let's see. Crotchy, Mark Carney thinks he's running for CEO. Yeah. Hello, MIDI doctors. I did get that you were posting what you were watching reruns of, but I missed it going past it. Hello, Plaid Dad. Nazis want to stamp out genocide on Palestinians. It's just so convoluted. I think I know what you mean. Let's see. I'm just scooching past a lot because we still have a lot of news to get to today. Let's see. Crouchy, he's getting too familiar, yes. Talking about Nate, I think his name was. Like, I have no love for Lanceman. Michelle? Lanceman? Yeah, I think that's her name. In fact, I have a lot of dislike for her, but yeah, I think that's the way of saying it. He was getting too familiar. Let's see. Obsessive audio, Modi government interference is all over the conservatives. That's what the reports are saying. I think they're still coming out at the end of this month. Some reports about interference in, from the India government in particular. Okay. We'll get back into it. So there were hints that an election was going to be called in Ontario. There are no more hints. It's going to be called in Ontario. So let's get a little bit into that. So this is Stephanie Bowman.
No other premier is talking.
Don't you autoplay on me. She is an MPP for Don Valley West, I think is DVW. And so she's saying no other premier is talking about calling it an early provincial election to deal with the threat of Trump tariffs. So why is Doug Ford? So she is a current sitting MPP here in Ontario.
Talking about calling an early. No other premier is talking about calling an early election to deal with the threat of Trump tariffs. So why is Doug Ford? In Ontario, we actually have a fixed election date law. And the idea is to avoid exactly the kind of situation we're in right now, where we have uncertainty and chaos about when Ontarians will go to the polls. The idea of the law is to provide stability and predictability for voters, for the government, and for politicians. It makes sure that the government can, instead of being in campaign mode, focus on doing its job, providing good health care, good education to the people of Ontario, and protecting Ontario's interests when it comes to the U.S., its biggest trading partner. Premier Ford has been fueling speculations for months about an early election, which is in his interest, not yours. The threat.
Yeah, a lot of it is, and a lot of speculation around it is, he wants to do it now because he wants to run against Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, but with him no longer being in the leadership, it's a little bit more difficult. Plus, the way I see it, his popularity is spiking right now because he's been so forceful against the tariffs. And again, a lot of people will be like, there's a nice strong man standing up for us, the protector. He's pushing back against the evil Donald Trump when it comes to the tariffs. And that's what we need right now. And they tend to just then overlook all the horrendous stuff he's done, all the social murder he's responsible for, because a lot of Canadians right now are feeling a little bit vulnerable in the situation with Donald Trump and the tariffs. You know, they're feeling a little exposed, a little like, uncertain. And so to have Doug Ford come out and so forcefully push back against it, it's actually gaining him some popularity right now. And I think he just wants to ride that wave as quickly as possible to get himself back into the office.
Threat of U.S. tariffs is just the latest excuse the Premier is using to get ahead of the RCMP's investigation into the $8.3 billion Greenbelt giveaway. Tell the Premier to leave the election date alone and focus on doing his job by writing him at premier@ontario.ca.
Yeah, there should be other more important things he should be focused on right now, as opposed to, calling an election to benefit himself. This is from Colin DeMello. Breaking. Premier Doug Ford will call an election on January 29th. Global News has learned, setting the stage for a rare winter election. Election day is on February 27th. Earlier today, the premier remained coy about the date. I don't think we need to watch that if it was earlier in the day, considering he has already called it, and we have here. So from Ahmad, I asked Premier Ford why he considered Mr. Trudeau's decision to call a snap federal election during the pandemic unnecessary, yet doesn't view his own decision to call an election next Wednesday amid another crisis, an intimate trade war with the United States, as similar.
Good morning, Premier Ford. Ahmed El-Bayoumi with Poilievre. Premier, I want to put your words back to you. On September 1st, 2021, you called the federal election called by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau as, I quote, unnecessary, and you suggested that Mr. Trudeau chose to go to the polls rather than focus on the pandemic. We've seen you liken this tariff war that we're expecting to the emergency that we faced during the pandemic, that you'll need to plunge tens of billions of dollars into our economy. So, Mr. Ford, if Trudeau's snap election in 2021 was unnecessary, why is yours necessary? And if Mr. Trudeau chose to go to the polls rather than focus on the pandemic, would you agree that you've chosen to go to the polls rather than focus on the tariff war?
Well, that's a good question. Good question.
Let's make it very clear. Every single day during this election, I'll still be Premier. Every single day, I'll be talking to our ministers. We'll be getting policies out there. I will be going down as the chair of the Federation, along with all my colleagues, all the premiers, down to Washington on February 11th and 12th to talk to the senators, the Congress people, to make sure we send our story down there. Then I'll be returning again on the 20th, and I'll be meeting with the premiers every single week with the Prime Minister to make sure that we have a retaliation plan, which we do. We have multiple stages of it, but I can assure you one thing, I'm a worker. I'll be working.
He's a worker. Do you know how much Parliament has been, like the legislature? Queen's Park. That's it. Queen's Park has been closed under his watch. A lot more than normal. He goes on vacations all the time. Like, he only says that to try to cozy up to people and come across as one of the normal people, one of the regular people. He's lived such a privileged life. It's gross.
20 hours a day as we go through this transition with these tariffs. Now, this isn't just going to happen for 30 days. The decisions the people make in the next 30 days will affect themselves, their children, and their grandchildren for the next 20 to 25 years. If you could just imagine this, folks. Imagine Bonnie Crombie or Merritt Stiles sitting across from President Trump negotiating a deal.
What about them? Imagine, I can imagine it, yeah. I have no problems imagining it. Why, Doug Ford, do you have a problem imagining these two women sitting across from Donald Trump trying to negotiate things? I think we just touched on it.
20 to 25 years. If you could just imagine this, folks. Imagine Bonnie Crombie or Merritt Stiles sitting across from President Trump negotiating a deal. It would be an absolute disaster. And God help us if that ever happens.
Absolute disaster if one of these two women were sitting across from Donald Trump. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to go toe-to-toe with him. Not at all, no. Calling an election now is so unnecessary. Like, yes, I want him out of office as soon as possible, but doing it now when we need stability with the Trump presidency and everything, the amount of money it's going to cost, the millions of dollars, all because he stands a better chance of winning now. He doesn't care about the population. He's not doing it for us. He doesn't need to do any of this for a new mandate. They already have a mandate. They already have a majority. They don't have any problem pushing through legislation at Queen's Park because they have that majority. There is nothing he can't do now that he could do if he wins in their election right now. All he's doing is hanging on to his seat. And it is just so frustrating that a lot of the population will fall for it. So gross. But speaking about negotiation and stuff, here's Merritt Stiles just saying Doug Ford is one of the worst negotiating records that I've seen in a premier. Just look at his Ontario Place deal. Why is every household in the province paying $400 each to subsidize a luxury spa in downtown Toronto? Yeah. Why is it that he's good at negotiating deals, but the deals he negotiates, generally speaking, aren't good for the people?
Mr. Ford, he's negotiated some really terrible deals for Ontario that we are paying for right now. He has basically sold off Ontario Place in downtown Toronto to this Austrian luxury spa company to...
I don't think Ontario Place would have been sold off to these luxury spas if either Body Crumpy or Merritt Stiles were in power. See, Doug Ford does the negotiating, but not with the people's best interests in mind. It's with him and his buddies' best interests in mind.
To build a spa that nobody asked for, and Ontarians, the taxpayers, are subsidizing this to the tune of $2.5 billion, which is about $400 per household in the province of Ontario. And that's a 99-year lease. That is a terrible deal for Ontario. Mr. Ford, he's...
And when he doesn't want to negotiate or anything, he just doesn't talk to them at all. So here we have from APTN News, the Ontario government under Doug Ford's Conservatives is eager to develop an area in Northern Ontario known as the Ring of Fire, but Nesakentaga chief Chris Muniz tells Nation to Nation they need to consult with area First Nations first. So if he doesn't think he can negotiate with you, he just won't consult with you at all.
We have questions like, what are the real benefits of allowing development in our area, and what are the real impacts? There's social impacts, there's environmental impacts. What's going to happen to our river? It surely will impact our treaty rights and our title to the land.
Yeah, Doug Ford doesn't care. He doesn't care about what happens to people. And here, not surprising, from Richard Sutherland from City News, the Premier won't commit to releasing a costed platform. That's why we have budget, says Ford. Guess what, Richard? Maybe you're one of the jobs I'm going to have to protect, he says. You better pray that we get elected. Watch my full exchange with the Premier today. Doug Ford originally got elected in without actually showing what any of his budget was, like any of his policy, like his platform or anything. This is like the fact that he can get elected in like that without even telling the people what he's going to do for him is ridiculous. And, he got away with not releasing it to the public before, so he has every right to believe he can get away with it again. It's the same with like Mark Carney not releasing his information, or all the other conservative, like Pierre Poilievre won't really say what he's doing. He just has his slogans because they don't want the people to know what they're actually going to do, because if the people knew what they were actually going to do, the people wouldn't like it.
Good morning, Premier. It's Richard Southern with 680 News Radio.
How you doing, Richard?
A little yes or no question I'm hoping here with the campaign kicking off next week. Can you commit this morning, will you commit this morning, Premier, to releasing a fully costed platform at some point during the campaign?
Well, that's why we have budgets, and we'll make sure that we deliver that budget. I think people know exactly where we're going. We'll make sure that we communicate with the people where we're investing, where we're...
Yeah. I think the people know exactly where we're going. We're going to communicate with the people about the budget that we're eventually going to release. A whole bunch of non-answer there.
We're going to support these businesses as we did during the pandemic. We'll do against the attack on our economy from President Trump. We'll make sure we support the people, and we'll support communities across this province.
People, Premier, I don't think people know exactly where you're going, especially in terms of the tens of billions of dollars you're talking about spending now in stimulus, and you haven't tabled a budget in a year. Why will you not release a fully costed platform, sir?
Well, Richard, we're fully releasing it. And guess what, Richard? Maybe you're one of the jobs that I'm going to have to protect, because when the tariffs hit, it affects the media, it affects manufacturing, it affects every single sector in this province. So
he's so condescending with the, like, well, maybe I'll need to protect your job, Mr. Media Guy. So you better shut up and just let me do my thing. Like, it's just, I'm glad we do have enough media here that will push back. Not nearly enough, and especially in different situations, not nearly enough. But, like, the way he lashes out when he knows he's cornered is kind of telling.
you better pray that we get elected, because I'm going to protect everyone's job, including the media's job.
He's not going to protect our jobs. He has already sold off so much of this province. He's already made deals with like Starlink, American companies, like all of these foreign investors into like the tunnel he wants to make, the spa, everything. It's not benefiting Canadians. It's benefiting foreign corporations. He doesn't have our best interests in mind. He just does not. And also with the NDP, considering now there's going to be an election, I guarantee you half their seats probably don't even have a candidate riding in them yet, because it takes a while to get all of that. And elections have actually started, like the actual campaigns have started with some ridings not having somebody declared yet. And it can take up to a week to get that person declared, like on time, because of the process that they have to go through. What the Ontario NDP really needs to get a hold of is here. This is from Trillium. What's the holdup on Sarah Jama's return to the Ontario NDP? Hamilton Centre MP Matthew Green asked Merritt Stiles why the party is still mum on allowing Jama to run for ONDP. Hamilton Centre's NDP MP is writing the leader of his party's Ontario wing to ask, what gives? Matthew Green's letter to Merritt Stiles demands to know why, with an election call potentially days away, the party hasn't yet said whether it will allow MPP Sarah Jama to run for the NDP nomination in the provincial Hamilton riding. The Ontario NDP executive made a clear and democratic decision that all party members in good standing, which includes MPP Sarah Jama, should be allowed to seek the NDP provincial nomination here in Hamilton Centre, he wrote in the letter that he shared with the Trillium, referring to the party executive allowing Jama to submit a vetting package, one of the steps to becoming a candidate again. Yet despite this decision, there has been no action to ensure that a fair and democratic process move forward, Green wrote. The question that needs to be answering is simple. What's the holdup? Green wrote the NDP is a party built on principles of democracy, fairness, and accountability, and that refusing to allow Jama to run would be an erosion of the very democratic values we claim to uphold. Hamilton Centre deserves an open and fair nomination race. This community has been through enough uncertainty, and the people here need to know that their voices matter. The longer the process is stalled, the clearer it becomes that centralized power is being prioritized over the local democracy. That is unacceptable, he wrote. I'm going to put the rest of this in the Sandbox for people to read. So Matthew Green, yes, he is the NDP MP, so federal level, for Hamilton Centre. I am so disappointed with people like him. He is a great politician. He has great values. I've seen him go out on the picket lines, the strike lines. I've seen him go and support, the pro-Palestinian demonstrators at universities and stuff. He stood by Sarah Jama. Yet he says nothing as his party goes down the drain. We needed somebody like him to step up a long time ago, but now it's too late for the NDP to hold a leadership race before the next federal election. And it's just so frustrating that the NDP has moved in this direction. The country that people like to brag we have with our healthcare system and stuff of that sort, it only happened because of the NDP originally. Like the things that people like to value in this country are generally speaking values the NDP has, and yet they have fallen so flat, and nobody within that party is actually standing up for the people. The amount of suffering that's going to happen because people like Matthew Green stayed quiet at a time like this is unforgivable. They could have said something a lot sooner. Something could have happened because for a long time now, we have known Jagmeet Singh is not the person. He's not the one that can actually lead the NDP to any sort of gains or wins. He hasn't grown the party at all. In fact, he's turned a lot of people off of the party because he has moved more and more to being a lighter shade of liberal. He had the opportunity, Jagmeet had the opportunity to really do something with his power as being the ones propping up the liberal government. And all we got was milquetoast dental care and, milquetoast pharmacare. That was it, means tested. The last time we were in this situation, we got universal health care. It is just, again, it's so frustrating that people who actually have the ability to make change stay quiet in times like this. Because, again, I even look at, Ontario, like just Ontario government, like the ONDP and the Ontario Liberals. If any other party had gotten into power in these last couple of elections, there are people who would be alive today that did not make it because of the policies the Conservatives have put in place. And that's what we're looking at a federal level. If there was any chance for the NDP to actually make gains, to actually make a statement, to get any sort of power, they had to have done this a while ago. And they said nothing. When they had the opportunity to have a leadership race, they chose the same old thing. Nobody pushed back. Nobody made a stink. And now it's too late, and we're going to get the Conservatives in. There's a good chance we're going to get the Conservatives in, which means that by the time the next election comes around, there are people who are not going to make it that would be alive had any other government been in power. I'm glad he's standing up for Sarah Jama. I am. And he's been vocal about it before. But where he has been silenced is so disappointing. So disappointing. Because I truly believe if he had actually stepped up for leadership, he'd have a good chance of being the person we need in this moment. And he's chosen to, wait until the time is right for him, as opposed to when we need someone like him to step up in leadership. Go ahead and check the Sandbox and we'll get into some more news. Still got a lot to cover. What did I want to do next? There's some federal stuff with Donald Trump, or some more smaller stories about, let's do the, I think it falls into, okay, so we'll do this one. We'll do this docket next that you guys can't see that I'm clicking around on. Because the Donald Trump leads into the last segment that I'm going to be covering, talking about both Donald Trump and Pierre Poilievre stating that there's only two genders, and I'm probably going to get a little emotional during that because I'm already feeling it, because I'm still processing it as somebody who is non-binary. Let's see. Hello, FG. Hello, Trevor Borens. Doug Ford is a greasy scumbag. Agreed. Let's see. Don't want to spend too much time in the sandbox because we still have a lot to go over. Schmegely, conservatives are so frustrating. Yeah, that's a kind way of putting it. Eli Minty? Welcome to the sandbox. I don't think I've seen your name before. We are going to lose our government right when the tariffs come in. Ford is not doing this because of tariffs, but because he wants 4 more years in power. Exactly. Because any other leader right now would be like, nope, we need to have as much stability as possible with the threat of the tariffs and stuff, but to throw the whole system in chaos is just putting the government into caretaker mode, as it's called. Let's see. FG saying Tim Houston just did exactly this here in Nova Scotia. We have fixed state laws too, and he was one who campaigned on it the first time round. Was it he called a early election? You see, it would be nice if we did have these fixed election laws or dates, and the only time they got changed was if there was like a vote of no confidence or something, as opposed to, you know what, I just think the time is right for me to get reelected, so I'm going to call it now. Like, I think it would be nice if we had that. Like, there's still the option to call an early election if things completely fall apart, as in like a vote of no confidence. But for them to just be able to do it because polling suggests now would be the best time for them to get back in power, it's, again, politics isn't about the people, it's about catering to the 1%. The powerful and the already rich and stuff. It's not about making legislation that would benefit us. It's about making legislation that would benefit corporations. And to them, it's a game. It's a job. They just want to win. It's not about actually helping the people. Tarot live streams. Many doctors, I love YouTube tarot live streams. They are totally rando. I caught a couple things out of the corner of my eye about that. Doesn't surprise me. Let's see. Hey, Doug, if you want Crombie or Styles to be sitting if you don't want Crombie or Stiles to be sitting across from Trump, maybe don't call an election and risk it. Very true. Hello, natural gal. I don't know why anyone trusts Ford. The amount of people I saw start being like, oh, Doug Ford. Like, he's so, I have my issues with him, but come on, he's so great right now. After he was being strong against Trump was disgusting. It was disgusting. Like, oh no, we're just going to overlook all the social murder he's responsible for because he's looking tough in this one instance. Hello, death of Philippi Augusta. Canada should join RCEP. Not entirely sure what that is. Crouchy, Doug Ford won't protect media, LMAO. I don't believe you, Dougie boy. Yeah, he's not exactly going to put more funding into media. I think, was there a story about him wanting to cut the provincially funded news organization? Nah. FG Houston called an early election after running on fixed dates. Yep, and he won GD supermajority for doing it. I hate it here, haha. Yeah. Anti-case Tara, did folks see Trump also question Indigenous birthright citizenship? It's tricky because fighting for it is pro-colonial. Could be divide from Southern Indigenous or to class us like them. I didn't see that he was trying to do that. And the thing is that he's going to get away with a lot of this stuff because who's going to push back? The Supreme Court in the United States? Like, all these checks and balances are only so good as they're actually enforced. And it's the same with, like, here in Canada. Like, we have the notwithstanding clause, but it was always just kind of assumed people wouldn't abuse it. You know? There's a certain etiquette that goes along with it. And then, come along the conservatives and be like, we don't care about no etiquette. We're going to use things to our advantage, no matter, how much precedent has been set already. Anti-case Tarrant, 14th Amendment, originally made as Indigenous folks, not Americans. Okay. So I have a couple smaller stories here that I just kind of wanted to touch on before we get into some Donald Trump news with some of the policies that he's setting, and then we'll end with a docket of stuff that I'm putting off because it really hurts me personally. But we'll get there. Oh, do I need this in yet? I don't think I even need this in right now. It's getting to be like a habit when I do the news that I put this ear piece in, but if I don't have to put it in my ear holes, I'd rather not because it hurts after a while. Anyway. So MPs host talk on residential school denialism at Powell River Recreation Complex. Winnipeg Centre Representative Leah Gazan discusses her private member's bill regarding hatred against Indigenous peoples. Winnipeg Centre MP Leah Gazan made an appearance at Powell River's Recreation Complex on January 20th to outline the harms of Indian residential school denialism. At the invitation of North Island Powell River MP Rachel Blaney, Gazan was scheduled to speak in Evergreen Theatre about how it can be a movement as communities and nationally move forward with the pursuit of truth and reconciliation. In an interview with Peak prior to community speaking engagement, Kazan said she was going to speak about the Private Members Bill C-413, which is an act to amend the Criminal Code of Canada regarding promotion of hatred against Indigenous peoples. The bill is to criminalize the willful promotion of hatred against Indigenous peoples by condoning, denying, downplaying, or justifying the Indian residential school system in Canada through statements communicated other than in private conversation. This has been a growing problem here in Canada. Like, there was always the denialism, but there are now channels that kind of devote their purpose to denying what happened at residential schools. They deny the proof that has been provided. They deny the firsthand accounts because they're still living survivors of these schools. The way that a lot of politicians even just kind of dismiss it, like, well, they learned some good skills while they were there, so it couldn't have been all bad. Like, it is disgusting what a lot of the people in power are even saying about this. Pierre Poilievre, not exactly, he was the one, what was the phrase he said exactly? About Indigenous peoples needing to learn how to work hard in order to get ahead, as opposed to getting handouts from the government. And so in Canada, it is, we do have speech laws, hate speech laws. And so things like denying, downplaying, or justifying a genocide can be penalized. It goes against the criminal code. So here, Leah is just basically trying to include residential school denialism in that category that already exists. Gazan said her bill is intended to add Criminal Code Section 318, which according to Gazan currently recognizes Holocaust denial as citing hate. She said her proposed amendment addresses the promotion of hatred against Indigenous peoples. Her addition states everyone who, by communicating statements other than private conversation, willfully promotes hatred against Indigenous peoples by condoning, denying, downplaying, or justifying the Indian residential school system in Canada or by misrepresenting facts related to it is guilty of indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or is guilty of an offense punishable by summary conviction. The bill received first reading on September 26, 2024. Now, this will not be going forward any further at this time because, Ottawa has been prorogued while the leadership race goes on. And so basically all the bills that were on the floor died. Prior to the last Orange Shirt Day, I put forward a private member's bill in honor of survivors who requested that I put something in place to protect them as a result of the increase in residential school denialism, says Gazan. It's really a follow-up to the motion that I put forward in the House of Commons in 2022 that recognized what happened in residential schools as a genocide. This is the first genocide that has been recognized by Parliament within our borders. Gazan said elected officials are on record denying residential schools. She accused Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre as a residential school denialist, following an interview he had with Canadian commentator Jordan Peterson. Gazan said prior to her election in 2019, she taught for many years at the University of Winnipeg, and one of the items she taught was a course called Aboriginal Education, which was mandated by the province in 2007, providing for teachers to learn about residential schools. What I do know is that when people know better, they do better, says Gazan. What I found throughout the course is that over time, through education, more and more people entering the course knew about residential schools. Since the discovery of unmarked graves, we've seen a rise in denialism. All the efforts we've put into reconciling the country are at risk. I was not taught about residential schools when I was in school, even though there is an overlap that there were still some schools open when I was of the age where I could have been taken from a family and put in one had I been Indigenous. Kazan said late Senator Murray Sinclair said in the article that some people who believe they have privilege of holding power and should continue to have that privilege are going to fight against reconciliation. They are going to say that residential schools were all about education and that Indians should be thankful, said Kazan. This bill doesn't just protect survivors, families, and communities, but it's also a way to protect all the important relationship building that Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians have done throughout the years to move forward in a way where this can never happen again, that this kind of genocide can never happen again. Kazan said it is important to recognize residential schools as an aggressive act of assimilation. She added that there are more children now in child welfare, much related to colonial trauma and the destruction of families. More than half of the children in child welfare right now are Indigenous, even though they only represent about 7% of the population of children in this country. Kazan said she is from Wood Mountain Lakota First Nation, which was impacted by child welfare and residential schools and the institutionalization of Indigenous peoples. I can't think of any more violent and harmful than deny a genocide history, particularly when the legacy is ongoing, says Kazan. She said people talk about free speech, but residential school denialism does not qualify as free speech. This is about limits and protecting people's charter of rights from the incitement of hate, said Kazan. This disinformation that is void of historical fact, and we need to protect families, communities, and survivors from the incitement of hate. If we can't protect families, communities, and survivors from the incitement of hate and denialism, we're not ready to reconcile in this country. Kazan is hoping her bill will continue to progress through Parliament after it resumes from prorogation. She doesn't expect support from the Conservative ranks, but said Minister of Crown of Indigenous Relations Gary has been publicly supportive. There's a recognition that residential school denialism is harmful, says Kazan. I think peoples across Canada are good. Let's not let a small extremist population destroy the achievements we've made reconciling in this country. I think it should be added. I hope this bill does get picked up again when Parliament resumes, that Conservatives would take it seriously. I don't think the Liberals would support it, because the Liberals have a lot of problems too when it comes to issues around reconciliation. Because, I bring this up because despite all the good work that Leah's doing, Canada seeks to dismiss St. Anne's residential school survivors' fight for accountability. Court battle continues over withholding of documents detailing abuse at Ontario residential schools. So we go from here. Leah Kazan very much trying to get this included so that, denying what happened at residential schools can be a criminal offense, to a government that is actively suppressing information about what happened at residential schools. Federal lawyers are asking a court to dismiss a group of survivors' fight to hold Canada accountable for withholding evidence of widespread abuse at St. Anne's Indian Residential School during class action compensation hearings. The decade-old legal saga continues this week in Ontario Superior Court in Toronto, where former pupils of the notorious Catholic-run school in Fort Albany are responding to the government. Like I said, there are people who are alive who were abused in these schools. This isn't ancient history. This isn't, from long ago in Canada's past. There are current living people who went through the abuses in these schools that are at these courts that are trying to find accountability. Faced with mainly technical arguments, Edmund Edmund, a former Fort Albany First Nation chief who is leading the fight, said his group is used to such tactics but continues to press for truth. All they're interested in is that truth, said Edmund. We don't really want anybody to suffer, but we don't want things to be whitewashed too. And this is where, Justin Trudeau becomes very performative. And when he was like leader of the Liberal Party, saying how much he would support Indigenous communities and blah, 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 blah. But then he would also not mention the fact that whenever the courts ruled in favor of a settlement for Indigenous peoples, when it came to schools or healthcare and stuff, Justin Trudeau would then appeal the case because he didn't want them to win, even though the payouts would be cheaper to the government than doing the appeals. But they didn't want to set a precedent of these cases winning. The case concerns implementation of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement from 2006. The class action settlement offered former pupils a guaranteed common experience payment and an independent assessment process, or IAP, to hear and judge claims of abuse. But when those IAP claims began, they were heard under false reports, says Faye Burning, lawyer for a group in court on Tuesday. From 2006 to 2014, Canada reported it had no documents on sexual abuse at St. Anne's, which operated from 1906 to 1978 on the James Bay coast. In reality, the Department of Justice was sitting on some 12,000 relevant police investigation and records and documents from criminal trials and civil lawsuits, numbering 47,000 pages. Those undisclosed papers contained allegations and evidence of assaults, rape, sexual humiliation, punishment by makeshift electric chair. There's pictures of that chair. Or cat o' nine tails whips, and sick children being forced to eat their own vomit. It's absolutely horrific what happened at these schools. And the thing is that during the investigation, I think it was into this school, they located over 5,000 people who would have been involved in those schools as in being the perpetrators. And none of them are being held accountable for what they did. They were found so they could testify, not so that they would be held accountable for their crimes. They were there to prey to the PDF files and demented physical abusers who ran St. Anne's, reads the written argument from Brunning and lawyer Michael Swinwood. The Assembly of First Nations, an advocacy organization for chiefs countrywide and a party to the settlement agreement, is participating and backing the survivors. We are deeply concerned by Canada's attempt to block this critical case on technical grounds, said National Chief Cindy Woodhouse Nepicant in a statement. We urge Canada to reconsider its approach and allow the case to proceed on its merits rather than relying on technical arguments to limit or dismiss these claims. Between 1992 and 1997, Ontario Provincial Police launched a sweeping criminal probe into the alleged abuse. They interviewed more than 700 witnesses, took 900 sworn statements, and seized more than 7,000 documents from the church entities. Police eventually charged 7 former school officials, securing 5 convictions in the early 2000s. The fight moved to civil court, where 152 survivors filed 61 lawsuits that named 180 alleged perpetrators and abusers. In 2014, sorry, I don't know how to say his name, and the group obtained a court order confirming Canada's breached its disclosed obligations by failing to produce this vast trove of material, but the court did not rule on whether Ottawa acted in bad faith. They didn't rule on it, but Ottawa definitely acted in bad faith, in my opinion. Since then, the group has fought to hold Canada accountable for the breach, alleging the claims may have been impacted by the suppression of supporting evidence. At least 166, perhaps up to 250 Indigenous peoples didn't receive the benefits they were promised, nor the fair process they were owed, Brunning told Justice Benjamin Glustein. The survivors are seeking to reopen those claims for the court to order the review of the government's conduct. Canada wants the request struck on technicalities and procedural grounds. The government, which opened the hearing on Monday, argues that the request was filed after the deadline for such application and seeks to reopen already decided issues. It is out of time and an abusive process by relitigation, reads Canada's written argument. The other person said it's isn't surprised by Canada's approach, which he considers a delayed tactic. We're used to it. We're used to not being listened to, he said. Canada has long fought St. Anne's survivors, spending at least $3.2 million on the legal battle from 2013 to 2020. As the IAP was set to end in 2021, the Liberal government acknowledged the broken trust and requested a review of 427 St. Anne's compensation claims. Retired Judge Ian Pitfield eventually concluded the non-disclosure may have impacted 11 claims, all related to alleged student-on-student abuse. Canada's written argument says 96% of St. Anne's claimants alleging abuse were awarded compensation, with $31.9 million paid to them since 2017. Canada's argument says the operation of residential schools was a dark and painful chapter in our country's history. Maybe do something about the child welfare system right now, too. And acknowledges some of the most serious incidents of abuse in that system occurred at St. Anne's. However, the government also argues that his request raises issues that could have been brought 7 years ago and that striking it now would not result in injustice. The hearing continues this week with Canada to reply. And just some information on the screen here. There is a National Indian Residential School crisis line has been set up to provide support for survivors and those affected. People can access emotional and crisis referral services by calling the 24-hour National Crisis Line. That is 1-866-925-4419. This country. I was not taught about residential schools when I was in school. And it was learning about them that really broke my trust in this country, that took away the pride I had in this country. Because I did used to be a proud Canadian once upon a time. But it was learning about this sort of thing that took away any sense of pride I had in this country and broke my trust in what this country claimed to be. And once you start peeling back the layers and you start seeing this country for what it is, it's hard to, it's hard to go back from there. And it's hard to not want to fight for justice and speak out and speak against what this government has done and is continuing to do. Okay. I'm going to try to speed this up because, like I said, I still have a lot to go over. So just some examples of media biases when it comes to covering certain stories and why it's such an uphill battle and why things like Elon Musk and Twitter and how that's interacting with regular mainstream media is so problematic, and it's so difficult to find out what is real news these days. But mainstream media in particular is just still really gross when it comes to how it covers news in Gaza. So this is from Yiping Ji. I just watched a clip of CBC News with the anchor openly and shamelessly say, "We cannot use that word to describe what is happening," in response to genocide being used to describe what is happening in Gaza. The anchor instead describes the devastation as whatever it is called, Here's the clip.
I just want to acknowledge, and you're certainly not alone in this, Israel, that you use the word genocide, and many people have in this conversation about what has taken place over the course of this war. You, of course, know that we cannot use that word to describe what is happening. It's before the International Criminal Court. But the devastation...
It's before the International Court, so we can't really call it a genocide yet. Or not say anything when you, the person who's come onto our news show, says it.
Whatever it is called, is immense in Gaza, and certainly everywhere of what is happening. It's before the International Criminal Court. But the devastation, whatever it is called, is immense in Gaza, and certainly everyone recognizes that.
Yeah, whatever it's called. The genocide, whatever it's called. There's a lot of bullshit. There's been so many reports out there, so many reporters who have come forward, whistleblowers to have stated just how bad the suppression of news when it came to what was happening to Palestinians, to Palestinian journalists, what they were and weren't allowed to say. Guess who came onto the show, how they would frame stories. It is well known and widespread among mainstream media how much that has been suppressed. And so now when we need to get our regular news and stuff, and we go to social media to find out what the mainstream media isn't telling us, we get confronted with the bullshit Twitter is posting these days, or, the fact that information was getting out on TikTok, and then suddenly they want to shut down TikTok because they don't want people to know the real truth. Because here we have Melissa Lantsman, that was her name. Again, the body double to Stormfront from The Boys. Despite the threats, intimidation, harassment, and blatant anti-Semitism perpetrated by the lawless mobs in Hamilton, we're not going anywhere. Thank you to the Hamilton Jewish Federation for welcoming our CPC team for conversation on how we can fix Canada. Let's see what this lawless mobs in Hamilton look like. Yeah, people standing around with signs. Sign that says anti-Zionism does not equal anti-Semitism. Independent Jewish voices. Ooh, so lawless. Look at that mob. Like, I suppose if Melissa wants, Zionism to be, the same as, I don't know how. Okay, the words are getting reversed in my head because I've been talking a long time. But if she wants, I think you guys know what I'm trying to say. If she wants them to be connected, then by, I'm getting all reversed in my brain. I think you guys know what I'm trying to say. How basically Zionism is equal to supremacy, white supremacy. And then just Rabbi David saying, genocide promoter Lisa Lantsman is a manipulative liar. There was no anti-Semitism, no threats, no one was lawless. She wasn't even there, trying to justify her own anti-Palestinian racism. 200 plus came out in the cold to say no hate in Hamilton. Yeah, it's funny what genocides people in this country are allowed to get away with denying. Not allowed to publicly deny the Holocaust, but you can publicly deny the genocide that is currently ongoing. And Rachel Gilmore was just posting this. So she says, and Rachel Gilmore is a fantastic independent journalist here in Canada. A bunch of losers went out and threw Nazi salutes in Alberta, Canada yesterday while holding racist signs. Might be time for media to stop calling them hand gestures and start reporting on this big fucking problem for what it is. And then she quote tweeted it with, again, just what the media will go to, anti-immigration protesters. Are you fucking kidding me? They were throwing Nazi salutes. I'm going to explode, dude. So this is from the St. Albert Gazette photo. Anti-immigration protesters on St. Albert Trail. The protesters were waving signs on Saturday afternoon. And that sign says, deport them all. Yeah, Those look like Nazi salutes right there. So they're holding the signs while doing Nazi salutes. But here, what, did they ask them to pose for the camera by using both hands on the sign so that they wouldn't accidentally make a Nazi salute out of habit? Speaking of Nazi salutes, from Anonymous, NBC, Trump's longtime partner, censored Elon Musk Nazi salute. Top is censored NBC version, bottom is live version. I think that's reversed. The bottom version, I think, is... Nope, that's okay.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out. And I just want...
Yeah. So that's how the media tends to manipulate things. I'm not going to comment too much more on this. We know. Because this happened a little while ago and lots of commentators have already, covered this subject, but we know exactly what Elon was doing. There's no need to be, contrive about it. He was doing a Nazi salute. Does it actually surprise anyone? It's just, of course he did. But Kyle Klinsky was just quote tweeting this out because, again, media, certain organizations, they have this bad habit of just wanting to minimize actual white supremacy and Nazism and, when it comes to like calling the genocide a genocide in Gaza, they want to suppress that. It's funny how it works like that, but this is from the ADL. This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Gee, I wonder why. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm. Not a Nazi salute, no. Of course not. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. That's a very weird way of saying. Yeah, we appreciate people are in fear of their lives. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of a doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity in the months and years ahead. And Kyle was just quote tweeting that, saying, if you're keeping score, Free Palestine equals anti-Semitic, Nazi salute, not anti-Semitic. Yeah. And then there was all that bullshit going around like, oh, Elon Musk is autistic. It's not like he knew better. And it's like, no, I'm autistic. I don't fucking do Nazi salutes when I'm excited. And I don't do them when I'm not excited. It's not a thing I do at all. Like this idea that you can brush off awkward or bad behavior simply because a person is autistic. As somebody who is autistic, we do learn the hard way, usually when we're still quite young, some behaviors that are and are not acceptable. And sometimes it takes a bit, but by the time you're Elon Musk's age, you know a Nazi salute is bad. You know it. By the time you get to be a certain age, when you're autistic, you know there are certain things that are not socially acceptable. Nazi salutes being one of them. It's so frustrating because it paints autistic people as, incapable of controlling themselves, of understanding things, of really infantilizing us when that's not the case. It is just, I hate it. I hate all of it. I hate the fact that he was able to do that on stage. And really, what kind of pushback is he getting? Is there any consequences he's going to face? No. All of it. All of it. I hate all of it. But CBC pitchbot to the rescue, saying, breaking, Canada's parliament invites Elon Musk to speak despite controversial history. I love the CBC pitchbot. What was that? Elon Musk did a Nazi salute? Well, we better get him up on Queen's Park or, Parliament Hill. Let's see. And again, just to add to the confusion with all the fake media that will be going around, this is from CBC News. This is their Twitter account with 3.7 million followers. Latest news and analysis from CBC News. With everything that is going around, they had to put this out. Ads featuring fake CBC articles have inundated the social media platform X in recent weeks. The ads are designed to lure Canadians into a sophisticated scam that uses Russian internet infrastructure, CBC News has found out. Like, it's going to be so hard to discern what is and isn't real in these upcoming elections, or just even with, Donald Trump being president. There's no common reality anymore. What social media has done is made a multiverse for the political environment, which is just so disturbing. Because it's hard to talk sense to someone when they're not dealing with the same reality you are based on their algorithms and what they see, because you can try to argue it, but you're not seeing what they're seeing. You don't know what they believe is the real reality. And then I'm left wondering, when I read a lot of news stories and doing my job here, trying to do double checks, going to the sources, because I'm paranoid that a lot of the information I come across won't be accurate anymore. So fakes and CBC. Fake CBC ads have flooded X with sketchy headlines. We looked for the source. Let's see. So sensational headlines about Poilievre Singh promote digital trading scheme, spoof legitimate businesses. Ads featuring fake CBC articles have inundated social media platform X in recent weeks. The ads are designed to lure Canadians into a sophisticated scam that uses Russian internet infrastructure, CBC News has found. CBC News Visual Investigation Unit has investigated both the internet infrastructure behind the ads, leading from a Barrie, Ontario provider to the Netherlands to Russia, as well as the spoof accounts from local businesses sharing the ads. Dozens of accounts on X, formerly Twitter, have shared the ads, which often feature sensationalist headlines focusing on Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre or NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. If a user clicks on the Poilievre ad, for example, they are brought to a fake CBC-style article that features a fake transcript of an interview between the Conservative leader and Guy A. Lepage, the host of Radio-Canada program Tout le monde en parle. In a transcript posted in the article, Poilievre explains how he used a platform called Quantum AI Pro to build wealth. If you don't believe me, give me 300 Canadian dollars and I'll make you a million in 3 to 4 months, Poilievre says in a fictitious article. An Australian man lost more than $72,000 that way. Do not get involved with AI. Cryptocurrency, scams, bitcoins, none of it. The Quantum AI page tells visitors how Bitcoin can make them rich and contains a section explaining that it is not a scam. See, when things have to tell you they're not a scam, it's usually a good indication they are a scam. Registering brings users to yet another page where they are prompted to contact a customer support worker to deposit money. Fake advertisements featuring quantum AI or similar variations have been spotted in Hong Kong, Australia, United Kingdom. They often use high-profile celebrity, politicians, or media figures in fake ads. This type of thing should be banned on platforms like Twitter. I'm not for all freedom of speech type thing. There needs to be limitations, and spreading this type of misinformation should be banned on Twitter. I'm fine saying that I am fine with this being banned on social media platforms, especially when it has the ability to influence elections. Here, everyone needs a reprise from this. So, come on, Linear. All right. There we go. So I'm just going to pop the rest of this into the Sandbox so that people can read the rest of this article if you like. But it's just, you know, being able to take a legitimate thing like CBC and mimic it, mirror it, so that they can use it as a scam, like that type of thing should be illegal. And it is in the Sandbox for people. Okay, last of these stories before we get on to the Donald Trump stuff. So, Amazon to close all 7 Quebec warehouses says it's not union-based. We're not doing it because there was no, that's not why that's not why we're closing those warehouses. Ain't because of the union. Nope.
Only hours after a letter was sent to a local Amazon union representative, the name of the behemoth retailer and almost any reference to it was removed from this Montreal warehouse. The $2 trillion company is shuttering all of its facilities in Quebec, laying off close to 2,000 workers in the process.
It's a slap in the face, not only to Amazon workers in Quebec, but to all Amazon workers in Canada.
The union representative for some of the warehouse workers claims the decision was made entirely due to strained labor relations. Workers at this Amazon facility in a Montreal suburb unionized last spring, the only Amazon center to do so in Canada.
They're trying to intimidate workers and saying that when you do stand up for your rights, rights that are protected by both the Quebec and the Canadian Charter of Rights, when you do stand up for that, well, we're going to close our business.
The decision has politicians reacting too, the NDP leader denouncing it.
I'm really disappointed, and frankly, it's disgraceful what Amazon's doing.
The Bloc Québécois also weighing in.
That's it, Jugme. You're just disappointed. He doesn't inspire much passion from people when it comes to things like this.
It's deplorable, Yves-François Blanchette says. But in Quebec City, the Premier is avoiding any condemnation.
Amazon is a private company, so why do they do that? How do they do that? The answer must be asked to Amazon.
I think we kind of know why they did that.
In an email to Global News, an Amazon spokesperson writes, this decision wasn't made lightly, and we're offering impacted employees a package that includes up to 14 weeks' pay after facilities close. Amazon plans to revert to a third-party delivery system as it has done in the past, promising the same service with a lower cost to serve, So this is the right decision for the business and our customers.
They did what they felt was in the best interest of their business.
This economist argues closing the warehouse and subcontracting out deliveries to save money could be a direct result of a union demanding higher wages.
How do you avoid extra cost? You get rid of the facility.
A decision that's delivering harder financial times for those being shown the door.
Yeah. So let's just see if there's anything else to add from this article. There's another little video about this that we'll touch on. But, you know, 2,000 people in the province being let go because they had the nerve, the gall to unionize. See. I don't think there's much more to add from that, but there is another video on it from Nikki Ashton. So Nikki Ashton, she's an NDP MP, says, so Amazon gets Canadian corporate subsidies, pays some of the lowest corporate taxes, and when workers in Quebec unionize, Amazon shuts down the warehouse and lay off everyone off. That is unacceptable. It is so frustrating because, like, I have the Amazon wish list. That's where I got the kind gift from that I will talk about again when I need to be picked up from this stream, because these type of capitalist systems force people living with poverty to participate in the systems that are keeping us in poverty. Like, it's so hard to break out of these cycles, and you need money. Like, you can't boycott the only places you can afford to shop. And so many people of privilege say, no, you can just boycott it. You can just not use it and stuff like that. And it's like, no, if I want to participate in society, if I want to have this YouTube studio, I need to buy from Amazon because it's the cheapest place that I can get the equipment I need. Or I can have the wish list so that things that I can't afford, other people can help me buy. Like, it is just, and I hate having to use it because I hate everything that corporation does to its workers and to communities and what it's done to small businesses and independent businesses. But we live in a system where we are forced to participate in it when it is the system that's keeping us down. Ugh. So this is from The Breach. And so Amazon was happy to gobble up public handouts in Quebec before they decided to cut and run with workers when workers unionized. I totally butchered that sentence, so we're just going to watch the video.
A lot of our government facilities.
What does this news to you say about Amazon as a company here in Canada?
I think it's really unfortunate, and we've given them quite a bit of our money, quite a bit of our public resources. You have to think about Amazon in the big picture. Amazon Web Services has contracts for a lot of our government facilities, a lot of our government websites. We give them cheap electricity to operate their data centers here in Quebec. We give them subsidies for Amazon video games. We subsidize Amazon. We've provided them the money and the infrastructure.
Just want to say, this guy is cool.
To create this profit. And then
in the background, he has a Palestinian flag and Israeli terror.
At the end of the day, workers and working people are treated as being disposable. I mean, when we saw Jeff Bezos standing behind Donald Trump 2 days ago, it's a sign that we do as we please for our own wealth, for our own profit, at the expense of entire communities, of working families, and democracy. These are our laws, right? Yes. These are labor laws that we voted on, that we collectively decided are integral to our social cohesion, and to say workers have the right to unionize. Workers have the right to basic health and safety. Workers have the right to a decent and fair job. And then Amazon can trample on those rights as they please. So this is not just about those 1,700 workers. This is very much an existential question about the times we live in. Yes. And that kind of feed the politics that we are witnessing today before our eyes.
Yeah. No. The governments prop up these corporations, give them millions and billions in subsidies, and what is the return on that investment? Yet when it comes to investing in things that would actually help the economy, like people's health, so that they can, work and participate in the economy better, suddenly they don't have the money. Oh, okay. Go and check the Sandbox. And then, I don't know, I think we might need a little bit of a break, because then we get into the Donald Trump stuff. And then, like I said, I'm leaving a certain segment till the end because I am pretty sure it will wreck me. So just checking the Sandbox. Okay. Bad Lefty saying, yes, Sandy, we got you. Not entirely sure what that's about, but thank you. Shemagli, Nazi salutes or fascist salutes? And I think I caught one from Auntie K. Tarot as well, asking or saying something about, oh, I caught it earlier, asking, like saying something similar about that, a joke. Because I was asking people earlier when I started the live stream, if you can tell me what the difference between being a Nazi and being a fascist are, if there's any sort of difference, let me know what you think those differences are, or if they're basically just the same thing. It's for a video I'm working on. I'm interested to know what people think about that. Shemagli, people cheering well before he covers it with "My heart goes out to you." That's more of this type of gesture. It's not a straight arm gesture. And Shemagli, don't you fucking autistic me or I will autistic you. And Bad Lefty and BCAT saying, instead of ADL, it's Apartheid Defense League. Obsessive audio, the worst is the idiots taking still pictures to prove that everyone does the salute. LOL. Yeah. Because there were all these things going, tee-hee. It's not like Elon was doing a Nazi salute, because look at all these other pictures of people who were like, look over there, there's a plane, and then taking one of those stills and being like, oh my god, it was a Nazi salute, when it's like, no, I'm pointing at the plane that's going across the sky. It has a banner on it that says Free Palestine, It's just... And Shemagli also saying, I will get autistic on your ass about it if you try to claim autism causes involuntary Nazi salutes. Yeah. Anti-K's Tarot, he's twice as settler, South Africa and USA, twice as racist. Yeah, apparently, from what I've been hearing online, is that his maternal grandparents or something were part of the Nazi Party here in Canada, because that was an actual thing. And they moved to South Africa because they liked the apartheid state there. Grand Theft Autobot. Never happened to you guys being extremely exuberant and just throwing out a Nazi salute, right? Mm-hmm. Shemagli, it's ridiculous, and they top it with it's ableist to criticize Elon, actually. Yeah, I know. That's why I hate, like, when people who are autistic do really horrible things, and they just kind of say, well, they're autistic. What do you expect? a hell of a lot more than that. You know, it's not like we're incapable of learning. You know, sometimes it's hard lessons when we're younger, but you get up to a certain age and you know some behaviors are not good. And you even understand why. It's not like, I'm not going to do a Nazi salute because apparently it seems to upset people. But I'm not entirely sure why. No, you get to the age, it's like, no, you know it will upset people, and you know exactly why it will upset people. It's not like there's a detachment there. Rainy DeWitt, South African high school history covers the Second World War extensively. He knew exactly what Nazi salutes look like and what it means. Obsessive audio. The first Nazi prisoners were political opponents, makeshift holding buildings, defunct police stations. They start the concentration camps. In the U.S. today, it will be migrants. You don't want to think about how bad it's going to get. Like, some people probably still can't imagine it would get extermination level bad. One would think we've moved on from enacting that sort of thing here, but when we sit by complicitly while genocide is happening in Gaza, it's really just one move over. Let's see. Anti-Case Tarrant, Hitler looked to Canada and U.S. treatment of Indigenous folks to decide he could get away with it. South Africa came to Canada to study Indian Act to create apartheid, then shared to Israel. Yeah, it's like the more I've learned about this country and its ties to Nazism and, you know, the crossover between Hitler and you know, this country and stuff, I'm kind of confused why when it came to the war, they were on opposite sides. Like, more and more, it's like, why was it you guys were fighting? You seem to be pretty aligned on everything. Shemagley, we had a South African exchange student in my high school, and I remember expecting her to be black, but she was white and casually racist as fuck. Jet, if they were developing actual sentient AI, I'd be all for the independent rights for that sentient being. However, since all they're doing is calling personality-tailored algorithms AI, I'm against it. I don't even want, like, real artificial intelligence. I think that's just opening up a big can of worms. Well, there's an episode in Star Trek: The Next Generation about it. If artificial intelligence ever reached sentience, then I believe it should be given all the same rights as humans. BCAT linear. I think that's the correct spelling. Close enough. Lennier. You can always just Google Babylon 5 to find out how to spell his name. Because he's one of the characters. He's named after one of the characters. Hello, Mark Joycey. To be fair, Jugmeat, that's all the media showed him saying. He might have said more. Yeah. I'll give you that. He might have said more, but in general, he's been really weak on a lot of things. Like, we'll see when we get into some of the other stories, like the way Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez pushed back. We need that now more than ever. And all of our politicians are just quiet as fuck. And Mark Joyce is saying, I've watched a lot of his press conferences and he nails it a lot, in my opinion. Talking about Jugmeat. He can, but again, he doesn't incite passion from people. His political instinct sucks when it comes down to it. Like, his time in the party as leader was long ago. Should have been turned over. Because the party isn't getting any better with him there. And, you know, now is not the time to be standing by and watching history unfold. Like, now is the time to get involved, to try to make the future we want to enter into, as opposed to being forced to live in this dystopian reality. Mark Joyce, I've seen a lot of amount of fiery rhetoric from him and other NDP MPs that never get picked up by media. Places that you do tend to find them, though, are on Twitter. Because they still post those sorts of things to their Twitter accounts. And that's where I have found some of the more forceful pushbacks from people, is from what they send out. But again, I'm very disappointed in what I see coming out from Jugmeat compared to, you know, Leah Gazan or Nikki Ashton and what they say. Yeah. Like, I don't think Jugmeat's a bad guy. I just don't think he's the right guy for the moment. Let's see. Shemagli, Amazon will actively try to union bust wherever they set up shop. It's in their interest to try, even if they risk violating the law. Ah. It jumped. It jumped. Where was I? There we go. A couple people posted a bunch of Palestinian flags, so I knew exactly where to go to. Anti-Case Tarot, I heard someone on YouTube point out that Amazon doesn't do this in Europe. They do this in the US and Canada because the governments here let them. It wouldn't surprise me. They have a lot more regulations around those sorts of things in Europe, like especially with online content and things of that sort. Or just rules, you know, in Germany when it comes to the Holocaust and how you can't promote it at all. Like, yeah. We got some lurkers. I appreciate lurkers. I do a lot of lurking when I watch streams. Hello, Rachel Atwood. Hello, John Davis. Coming in late and hot, and boy, do my feet stink. I'll have 6 fingers of Bushmills, no ice. Andy, nice to see you again. I thought you were dead. Hi, everyone. That's an interesting statement. Yeah. Rainy DeWitt, I saw a video somewhere of Elon saying his heart is with his audience, and what he did was to put both his hands over his heart, move them fingers making a heart symbol. This thing. My heart goes out to you. Let's see. NDK's terror because they invaded correct white people, France. Talking about why Canada got involved. Europe on Europe warfare. It's like, oh, they're both white. Now what? And people talking about lurking right now. Oh. Okay, let's see. So I think what I'll do is I'll go through the next bit of news and stuff. It's the last bit before I get into the heavier, for me, content. This is just some stuff about Donald Trump and a little fun thing at the beginning of it. And then might take a little 5-minute break after this, as I'm getting distracted by the Sandbox. So a lot of you might remember, if you're a regular viewer of my live streams, Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta. She traveled down to Mar-a-Lago and got selfies with Donald Trump because she's all on board for, Canada becoming the 51st state of the United States. Like she's like, yeah, well, whatever Donald wants to do. She's very she sucks up to the right wing a lot. She had Tucker Carlson on stage in Alberta, and she joined him to talk about the replacement theory and all that sort of stuff. And she even asked him, it's like, hey, would you interfere with our politics and target people? So really a horrible person in what she's doing to the province. Also horrible. She's also very anti-LGBTQ+. Well, she was so excited about Donald Trump becoming president again. And she had her tickets for the inauguration. And, again, they're pals. They're buddies. She was at Mar-a-Lago with him to share a beer type thing. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith will not attend Trump inauguration in person as event moves indoors. Aww. Alberta's premier is set to participate in Canada's embassy inauguration day. I don't really need to read much more than that. We get it. She was denied her seat by his side. Let's see. What was the attendance though? Maybe it was only close friends and family that were allowed into it. So with only those in Trump's close circles, able to attend the indoor ceremony, roughly 250,000 ticketed guests, as well as tens of thousands expected to line the inaugural parade route, are left to find alternative plans. Aww. She's not part of his close circle. Poor thing. Yeah, after all that ass kissing she did, and she didn't even get a ticket to the inauguration. Yeah. Mm-hmm. My heart just breaks for her. Well, let's get into some of the Donald Dump Trump news. Because there's going to be a lot of crossover that I do, because normally I focus on Canadian news, but there's a lot of intersectionality happening with Donald Trump in power again. Because the last time I'm trying to think, when did I start this YouTube channel? Was he still... Yeah, was he president when I start? It's hard to do math sometimes in my brain. But I focused so much on Canadian news, I wasn't really paying attention to what Donald Trump or Biden was doing at the time. But right now, there's so much crossover. So we have here from CTV News, Trump tells World Economics Forums, U.S. doesn't need Canadian oil, gas, autos, or lumber. No, just send us your right-wingers. We don't need all the rest of that stuff.
We do. One thing we're going to be demanding is we're going to be demanding respect from other nations. Canada, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years. And it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need their oil and gas. We have
their own forests that are burning down at a drastically high rate.
We have more than anybody. So, just as an example, with Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations, because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame...
People just don't treat us fairly. Poor United States just gets the short end of the stick all the time. People just don't respect us anymore as I sit on stage and whine about it.
Blame this on us, and I blame it on politicians that, for some reason, mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say other reasons, but mostly stupidity. They've allowed other nations to take advantage of the U.S., and we can't allow that to happen anymore. We have debt. It's a very small debt when you compare it to the value of the assets that we have. But we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us.
Yeah, he still doesn't understand that the trading deficit is because, the United States is just buying more stuff from Canada for things that they need. Don't know if I needed to go over. It's a short article. Let's see if there's anything else in this article we needed other than the video. Demanding respect. We don't need all of this stuff. Okay. So Canada's key export. If the United States were to wean itself off of Canadian exports, it would upend the established trade relationship between the two countries. For example, Canada supplies the lion's share of United States crude oil imports, more than the rest of the world combined. In 2023, 60% of the crude oil imported in the United States came from north of the border, according to Government of Canada. As for natural gas, Canada provided 99% of the U.S. imported supply that year. And we have this. So, breaking Trump tells the World Economic Forum doesn't need Canadian gas, oil, or autos. And just here with a little circle graph here, United States imports of lumber by supplying countries in April. And there's Canada in that green there. Yeah, you need us for certain exports. If we were to cut the states off of some of the things we export to them, they'd run into a lot of trouble. And we give them a lot of wood. The Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association calculated that 92% of Canada's motor vehicle exports went to the U.S. in 2022. Moreover, the parts that make up those cars may cross Canada-U.S. Mexican borders as many as 8 times before final assembly. Also, in 2022, Canada's total forestry exports were valued at $45.6 billion, with the majority destined for the United States, according to Statistics Canada. Some $3.6 billion in goods across the border every day, according to Canadian Chambers of Commerce. The U.S.-Canada trade relationship is directly related to 3.7 million jobs between the two countries. Business experts have warned that a trade war could lead to hundreds of thousands of layoffs across Canada. Scott Crockett, Vice President of the Business Council of Alberta, said 25% tariffs would be devastating for the country. And David Adams, CEO of Global Automakers, told Canada CTV News channel that auto production facilities could face closure if the tariff environment becomes too challenging. Canada, a trustworthy partner. Speaking to reporters in the halls of Parliament West Block Thursday, Trudeau said Canada is ready to respond in a strong way, but that will be stepping up gradually. Actually, we're going to get more into that. So I think we don't need to read any more of that. And another thing, did I put this in the right order? Oh, no, I think this one should go over here. Sorry, I think I got mixed up in my docket order, which just totally destroys my flow. Here, Trump states he will impose 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the U.S. from Canada and Mexico on February 1st, a move that will result in retaliatory tariffs and energy withholding from Canada and the losses of hundreds of thousands of jobs in both countries. So what I feared is happening, and what I fear is that Donald Trump will attempt to do everything he claimed he would try to do. And the tariffs, again, I don't know if he's going to be completely successful with it, just given that a lot of his buddies have business interests that would be hurt by this. But like I feared, he's trying to do it. Hopefully he doesn't get away with it if those other interests push back hard enough.
What are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir, on each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order.
What are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico?
So he thinks. And just because, he's worried about all the fentanyl going into the States from Canada, all the people. Okay, there's a lot. There's a lot of undocumented Canadians in the United States. But they don't just simply cross the border. They overstay their visas. That's how they get there. But, just to maybe paint a better picture of this, historic cocaine bust in Ontario has ties to Mexican drug cartel, Toronto police say. Toronto police have seized the largest amount of cocaine in services history and alleged that the drugs had ties to a cartel in Mexico. But how did they get here? The police chief reports in a news conference that 835 kilograms of cocaine was confiscated and worth an estimated street value of around $83 million. And he says, we know these drugs traveled all the way from Mexico over the United States southern border, then made their way here to Canada, where we stopped and seized them. So we were able to stop the drugs from coming into our country. Why can't you stop the drugs from coming into your country? And Justin Trudeau has a little bit to say on it as well. And David Beaudoin had tweeted this out, just making some points about the whole thing, because we don't need to go over this whole article, because a lot of it gets said by Justin Trudeau himself.
Has talked about the border as being a great preoccupation for him. We have highlighted that less than 1% of illegal drugs coming into the United States, less than 1% of migrants going into the United States come from Canada. But we're still investing over $1 billion in strengthening our borders. And as an illustration of what we've been saying all along, Toronto Police and the Border Services Agency just seized about 835 kilograms of cocaine coming in from the United States into Canada via Mexican cartels. So we have challenges at our border on both sides of the border, and we are there to work constructively with them on those issues. He has talked about the...
So still, it's like, well, we've patted him on the head to say we've invested $1 billion on our borders. Yeah. So it is just... I'm hoping that Donald Trump will then just see that as his win and be like, yeah, no, okay, they did exactly what I asked them to do, therefore I don't have to put through the tariffs. Like, I'm hoping he's looking for the out. But it doesn't, like I said, he's going to try. I'm just really, really fingers crossed hoping that more of his business buddies push back and tell him, you know what, it's a bad idea. It's bad for our economy. It's bad for our business interests. Because that's really the only way he'll listen, is if his circle, his inner circle, tells him it's going to affect them personally. Let's see. So, and if the tariffs do go through, Prime Minister Trudeau, if the president does choose to proceed with tariffs in Canada, Canada will respond and everything is on the table. Because remember, our parliament is prorogued right now because they're going through the leadership race and then there will be an election called. All that means is that legislation can't be passed and voted on. It doesn't mean the government stops working. And this was tweeted out by Republicans against Trump and just saying, oh, great, a trade war with their second largest trading partner. What could possibly go wrong?
Of course, if the president does choose to proceed with tariffs on Canada, Canada will respond. And everything is on the table. Working in unison with Team Canada, as Team Canada, with business leaders, organized labor, civil society, Indigenous leaders, and premiers from coast to coast to coast, we are prepared for every possible scenario. In fact, just last night, I spoke to Premier Ford in his capacity as chair of the Council of the Federation, and he reiterated his unwavering commitment on behalf of Canadian premiers to working all together. This is an important and challenging moment for Canada and for Canadians. And we know there will be many such moments. Through all of it, I want to be clear that we have Canadians' backs. Of course, if the
And so Trudeau backs dollar for dollar matching response if Trump, so this is just, I think it was a little bit more on this. Sorry, I got distracted by the little headline there.
For the principle of dollar for dollar matching tariffs. It's something that we are absolutely going to be looking at if that is how they move forward.
There's also been threats of like shutting off the energy supply to the United States. It's just the whole tariff thing. It's like, why? Why are you starting this? Like, the first thing you do when you get into office is piss off all your biggest trading partners. Like, it will just destroy economies, destroy jobs. Like, I know people personally who will get laid off or potentially lose their jobs because their companies have to shut down if these tariffs go through. And just the casualness that Donald Trump talks about it is disgusting. Like, you hope there's still adults in the room around him to say, yeah, my business that, you support me, my multi-billion-dollar business, well, it will get hurt with these tariffs. So really, you shouldn't do it.
The bottom line, as you say, is that import tariffs, like the 25% that President Trump is proposing, are actually paid or would be paid by American consumers. And if and when Canada needs to respond with equivalent tariffs on imports from the United States, those would be paid by Canadian consumers.
Like, I really just hope that, because like the first time Donald Trump was president wasn't a wake-up call enough, I really hope this moves Canada away from having a single biggest trading partner like the United States and diversifies where we get our supplies from and whatnot, so we're not so reliant on one or two other nations. Like, we should be doing more here. You know, we should be doing more manufacturing here. We should be becoming more self-reliant, but also more trade with South America, Africa, Europe, instead of relying so heavily on the United States. Like, yes, I know it costs more because it takes more to get it transported over here and stuff. But with the United States being so volatile the way it is, it will be worth it. The stability, the assurance will be worth the extra money it costs for the travel it takes to get here.
That's why we will look, as we have in the past, at things that have replacements for Canadian consumers that wouldn't be tariffed.
Go. Because here we have Pierre Poilievre saying, we have an emergency, reopen Parliament now to take back control and put Canada first. So he has a whole bunch of slogans in here, just basically thinking these threats of tariffs are so bad that we should, you know, call back Parliament. But really, the only reason why he wants Parliament to come back is so that they can do a vote of no confidence, so that they can force the election now. But he says, we also need retaliatory tariffs, something that requires urgent parliamentary consideration, yet Liberals have shut Parliament in the middle of a crisis. Canada has never been so weak, and things have never been out of control. Liberals are putting themselves and their leadership policies ahead of the country. Freeland and Carney are fighting for power rather than fighting for Canadians. Common sense conservatives are calling for Trump to reopen Parliament, are calling for Trudeau to reopen Parliament to pass border controls, agree on trade retaliation, and prepare to plan to rescue Canada's weak economy. And as this person points out, retaliatory tariffs do not require legislation. There's no actual need to recall Parliament because of this. And I think I covered that one already. Sorry, my docket is a little bit out of order. Oh, yeah, I clicked way in the wrong spot there. Okay, there we go. I think I want to do that in that order. So here is like Poilievre being, we have an emergency, reopen Parliament now. Ah, horror, the horror, you know, the tariffs. And meanwhile, Poilievre won't say if he'll back tariffs on US-bound oil to combat Trump's 25% threat. Conservative leader dodged questions over whether he backs Alberta or rest of provinces and federal government. So he wants Parliament to come back so they can act against it, but he's not exactly saying how he wants to act against it. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre won't say whether he backs the Premier's and the Prime Minister's threat to impose export tariffs or restrict the supply of oil and gas bound for the United States as a possible response to the President-elect Donald Trump's promised tariff regime. At times like this, it's important to have a united front. Because if Trump detects a weak link, he will go and bang on that weak link until it breaks. And right now, Poilievre is being that weak link. When asked by reporters on Thursday in Vancouver whether he agrees Canada should prepare to use every economic tool necessary to retaliate, or would he instead stand behind Alberta Premier Danielle Smith, Poilievre dodged the question. I don't think Poilievre would have Canada's best interest in mind when it comes to the tariffs. By blocking pipelines and LNG plants in Canada, the Liberals have forced Canadians to sell almost all of our energy to the United States, giving President Trump massive leverage in making these tariff threats, the Conservative leader said in a speech where he announced he would reverse the Liberals' changes to the capital gains tax. Let's see. Yeah. Don't really need to go over the rest of this. I'll toss it into Sandbox for anyone who's interested in reading the rest of this, but really it's just Poilievre being a chicken shit. Being a squirrely chicken shit, as in, you know, whatever Justin Trudeau and the Liberals is doing is wrong, but I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do and how much better it is. And here we have another thing that Donald Trump has put through, which is just going to be devastating to the American population and have worldwide impacts because, you know, this world is pretty global. Like, there's a lot of connections and planes and borders that people do cross legally as well. This is a problem when a country with over 300 million people in it are no longer part of the World Health Organization. So, breaking, it's official. Trump just signed an executive order pulling the U.S. out of the World Health Organization. No more waiting, no more threats. He actually did it. Like I said, he's going to try to do everything he threatened. The move kicks off the one-year countdown before the U.S. fully exits, but the WHO and global leaders are already scrambling, warning that this decision could wreck international health efforts and put national security at risk. Trump says it's about cutting ties with global mismanagement because, yeah, the United States did such a bang-up job when COVID hit them. But critics argue it's just another isolationist move that could leave the U.S. vulnerable when the next global health crisis hits. Buckle up, this one's going to have ripple effects far beyond D.C. So what Canada needs to do is we need to get back our facilities where we made our own vaccines. We need to do that super fast and start, like, that's the thing. We need to start really looking into the possibility that we can't rely on the United States for anything and have backup plans for everything. And this one, kind of, it's a little amusing. It's amusing. Let's just listen to the video, shall we?
Like with Canada, we lose $200 billion a year with Canada. That's because we allow them to make cars. We allow them to take lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their food products because we make the same products right on the other side of the border. It's sort of crazy. So we've just allowed that, you know, bad management has allowed it over the last 4 years in particular to become very imbalanced. And I call him Governor Trudeau, but he's Prime Minister Trudeau when he was Prime Minister.
He's still Prime Minister.
I asked him, why would we do that? Why? And he was unable to give me an answer. He said, I don't know. And I said, do you think it's fair that we're paying $200 billion to keep Canada going? And what would happen, I asked him, what would happen if we didn't do that, if we didn't subsidize Canada? He said, we'd be a failed nation. And
I
said,
don't think that conversation happened.
Because why are we paying all of that money to Canada?
You're paying all that money to Canada so that you can get the goods you need to help your own fucking economy.
When, you know, we could use it ourselves, right? So we take care of their military. You know, we're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers, big ones. And all of a sudden, Canada wants a piece of the deal. They say, why are we doing that? I mean, I like doing that if they're a state, but I don't like doing that if they're a nation. Also,
it's in the United States' best interest to make sure that Canada is protected so that they don't have an enemy on their border. Plus, Canada also does have a fairly sizable military itself. And we also export a lot of weapons and whatnot to other areas. So it's not like, you know, we're completely helpless in the wind and 100% reliant on the United States in this one instance, but it is definitely in the United States' best interest to make sure that the nation on their border remains a friendly nation.
They've been very nasty to us on trade. Historically, Canada has been very, very bad to us, very unfair to us on trade. So we'll see how it all works out. I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut, tremendous tax cut, because they're very highly taxed. And you wouldn't have to worry about military. You wouldn't have to worry about many of the things. You'd have better health coverage. You'd have much.
We'd have better health coverage? I'm just gonna mute my mic again for a minute. Just okay. Oh, better health coverage, huh? Whew. I have qualms about the healthcare system here in Canada. I cover it all the time. It's one of the biggest things I cover on my channel is what's happening to our healthcare because it is slowly becoming a little bit more like the Americans. But it's still leaps and bounds above being better than the American system. You see, a little while ago, I had to call an ambulance because I was feeling like super dizzy and threw up and stuff, and I was terribly worried, and the ambulance came. And I was in the ambulance, and they said, well, it's probably just like a vertigo attack, so you should be fine, and you can go back up to your apartment, or we can take you to the hospital and, you know, do some double checks and stuff like that. And do you know what I said? Take me to the hospital. Because I did not, in that moment, have to consider anything financially. Nothing. I could go do those double checks, even though they're like, yeah, it's probably nothing. But just to be sure, just to be safe, I had that luxury of being able to say, I'd rather have a doctor see me because I can't walk right now. Because I'm so dizzy. I've had surgeries that I haven't paid anything for. Sometimes at the hospitals around here, the parking gate is up and you don't even have to pay for parking. This healthcare system, as flawed as it is, has saved my life 5 times over, and I have paid nothing for it. Canadians do not want American-style healthcare. That's not, no. I like knowing that if I'm in an accident, I don't have to worry about the cost or anything. I can just be taken to the hospital and looked after. And then afterwards, I focus on recovery, not about how the fuck am I going to pay for that. I want to keep it that way in Canada. I want to make the wait times in, emergency rooms less, because it does cause a lot of harm and people have lost their lives because of, the issues around getting access to doctors on time. But the reality is that's generally speaking because of conservatives. The conservatives premiers who have underfunded our healthcare so severely. generally speaking, the issues we have with healthcare is a result of conservative policies. Liberals don't exactly improve things, but, the biggest problems come from conservatives purposely underfunding it and sending things off to the private market. So there are things that we still get under our healthcare. It's just done by a private institution, which gets paid so much more, which then bleeds away professionals that would rather get paid more and stuff of that sort. But I like the fact that I can live on disability and know that if I have to go to the hospital and get a surgery, like a full-fledged surgery, I don't have to worry about it. It's not something I have to worry about. I don't have a family doctor right now that I know of, and that is a problem. However, there's still plenty of walk-in clinics around here that I can go to when I need help. That doesn't cost me anything. Canadians do not want American-style healthcare. It would not improve our situation. The vast majority of Canadians are fine paying higher taxes if it means that they can give birth to a child and then take the child home and worry about how much the crib is going to cost versus how much the hospital bill will be. All of that sort of stuff that we never have to take into consideration. Like when we decide if we want to expand our family, it's about like, okay, can we afford preschool and all this sort of stuff and food and diapers and stuff? It's not, can we afford the hospital bill? When I've had some medical issues recently and with bleeding behind my eyeball, and it seems to be fine. There's been it seems to have just been a one-time thing. But then the doctor said to me, but there's these extra tests that we can do just to make 100% sure it's nothing serious. And do you know what I said? Yeah, I'll do those tests just to make 100% sure it's nothing serious. Because I have the luxury, I can do that. I've had CAT scans, MRIs, ultrasounds, the whole gambit of things, and not paid a dime. We don't want your American-style healthcare system, Donald Trump. I can guarantee you that. We do not want it. Oh, anyway, let's go to the Sandbox. Rachel Atwood, thank you so much for the $2. Would you have Christo Avalos on as a guest? I would love that. I forget if I was planning on reaching out to him or if I have reached out to him. We're connected on Twitter, so I can DM him. And I know it's been on my mind, but I can't recall if I've actually done it or if I'm planning on doing it to see if he'd be willing to come on to my show. But yeah, absolutely. I would love to have him on. He's like super, super smart when it comes to Canadian politics. And yeah, thank you so much for the $2. Really appreciate it. So check in the Sandbox. Let's see. Oh, people have been very active in the Sandbox, which is good. Let's see. Just trying to find a comment. Mozart, you don't even want to hear about my docket. I have... It's kind of like two more things to go over. It's what the Bishop Marianne Edgar Bood? I think that's how you say her name. The stance, the amazing, brave stance that she did, which then just kind of leads into there's only two genders rhetoric from both Donald Trump and Pierre Poilievre. I'm feeling a little bit of anxiety talking about because I'm worried I'm going to get like way too emotional. Like I'm fine expressing emotion online, but to a point that I can still communicate what I want to do. But it still hasn't like fully set in, processed what this means for people like me. I follow him. What? Did somebody unfollow me from Ben Dixon? Okay, no, it says I'm following. That was weird. Anyway, back to the sandbox. Ah! I get so distracted so easy. The Wild West. Stop letting Americans visit your countries. They are a health threat. Actually, that was the case during COVID for some people saying that if you were American, you couldn't go over. So Life, I heard Canada is thinking about joining the EU 2 years about it was preparing for a potential Trump presidency. It's why Canada passed the new migrant laws in U.S. Congress says NATO stays. I haven't heard anything about it. I wouldn't necessarily be against it, but I don't know too much about it, like politics-wise and stuff. Like considering we're still a constitutional monarchy, and the head of our state is the king. It is a king now, right? Yeah, the queen died. I would imagine we should be able to quite easily. Although, yeah, issues. I don't know. We still have a lot of ties to Europe, so I'd imagine we should be able to. Oh, and I'd love to be able to have like easier access travel to Europe. I'd love to go to Europe sometime. Rainy DeWitt sounds like he thinks they're just giving us the money. Does he understand they are buying stuff? No, he doesn't. Jet, I want Canadian healthcare, you orange dipstick. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are far more Americans per capita that want Canadian healthcare versus Canadians that want American healthcare. I think if you look at the percentages, definitely. Oh, good. I did remute. I keep on getting paranoid that I've been speaking for so long and this was muted because I unmuted it for the little bit. Shemagli, I sure envy being able to go into bankruptcy for medical debt. Not even a thing here. Obsessive Audio, Canada healthcare is great despite conservative efforts to destroy it. Grand Theft Autobot, the right-wing media bubble has efficiently spun the lie that Canadians are dying waiting in line for life-saving procedures in order to make their woeful, inadequate healthcare system seem better. Well, the reality is there are people who die waiting, but that's also in the United States. It's just, that's always going to be the case, even if we had like very fast healthcare. It could be better, no doubt about it. The wait times could be shorter, but I'm pretty sure a lot of Americans also die waiting. And then they're just still, given a bill afterwards. Just, yeah. It is ridiculous to think that we would want that. And yeah, there's been a lot of misinformation going to the States about our healthcare, saying that we're unhappy with our healthcare. And I have my issues with it. I'm still very grateful for it. There's also a lot of misinformation about medical assistance in dying and what that means. And I have my issues with it, but it's nowhere near as extreme as what a lot of Americans seem to think it is. The Wild West, I got my gallbladder taken out for free, average of over 15,000 in the US. Yeah, I had mine done too. It was an emergency too-ish. Yeah, it almost killed me. One of the times this healthcare system has saved my life. Rainy Duet, maybe if we joined the EU, we would absorb a lot more European culture than US culture, even better healthcare and social safety nets, better paid leave, sick leave, etc. I'd like that. They have a lot of socialized housing in Finland and stuff. Oh, that'd be so nice. So nice. They laugh at our term of the working poor the same way we laugh at the Americans over the term medical debt. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, yep, Sandy, I'd rather wait in line than not get health care at all due to not being able to pay for it. But yeah, it does need some improvement. Rachel Atwood, what states in the U.S. have assisted dying in law? I think California does. It is very much a state-by-state thing, and I think even then it could look different depending on what it is. But there are, as far as I know, there are some states that have assisted dying. But I don't know off the top of my head. And Rainy DeWitt also saying, while there are a lot of problems with our healthcare, not one of the things wrong with it would be fixed by privatization. Exactly. Oh, okay. So, like I said, the last bit of stuff that I want to get through, oh my God, I've been at this for 4 freaking hours, is what the bishop said at the inauguration, which was just very brave and powerful. And talking about, issues of accepting people and communities and stuff. People who are afraid right now and being kind people, which leads into some of the comments that Trump has made and some of the comments Pierre Poilievre has made. So, put a thumbs up in the Sandbox if you want to see me eat cookies online while I respond to you, or a thumbs down if you'd rather I just put up the logo for a 5-minute break. That's all I can think of right now. And while I'm at it, I'd like to thank again the person who went to my Amazon wish list, which is linked below, and got me this. I hugged it like a plushie when I first opened it and saw it. So much thank you for this. I really, really appreciate it. It's the Deep Space Nine's box set of all the seasons and stuff. I'm looking forward to rewatching all of it to see the behind the scenes, the extras that the DVDs have, especially after this video project that I'm working on, where I'll need a big break afterwards. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of thumbs ups. So like 5-minute cookie break, yes. I just feel weird eating on camera for lots of different reasons. But I'll go get a couple cookies and another drink and I'll be right back. These cookies were on sale. They're caramel chip cookies. And it used to be when you got cookies, they were like twice the size of these in the packages. And now it's like, eh. But they were on sale and they're good cookies. But yeah, we're looking at about a 5-minute break before we get back into the meaty part of things. John Davis saying, don't forget the lobster. And Rachel Atwood, is that Boston Brian thing? I think so. Wow, I had myself eating. I got a little self-conscious about it because, you know, being overweight, especially when I was very, very overweight, people would constantly make comments about what I was eating, when I was eating. Do you really need to have that right now type thing? So I can get a little bit self-conscious about eating in front of people who aren't also eating. But I had to bring out 4 of these little cookies because I have to eat them in even numbers. It's a thing. Even numbers for a lot of my foods and stuff. And I do a lot of sorting of colors and sizes and whatnot. And, you know, evens of evens are better than just even. So 4 and 8 is better than 2 and 6. So if I can get 4 of something or 8 of something, that's better. That's even better than 10 of something. But it has to be even numbers. I do not like lobster. I was living in Toronto. I was volunteering at a charity event. And one of the perks of volunteering there was I also got one of the meals. And the meal was lobster. And I just remember being so grossed out by it. Because I have a hard time eating meat that still looks like the animal. And the fact that the mechanism in the claw, if you pushed it, would still make the claw go like this, I lost it. I just, no. Couldn't handle it. Rachel, we're asking if that's an OCD thing. Yes. Even numbers, and sometimes it even has to be like, I start chewing on this side, then I have to start chewing on that side next time. It happens. With the cookies, it's not so bad. It's not, I don't focus on what side I'm chewing on, but it still has to be 4. But if it's smaller things like M&M's, Skittles, that sort of thing, or one of those little chocolate bars. You know, I bite it in half, start chewing on that side, then put the other half on that side. And then when I have the second one, bite it in half, start chewing on this side, put the other. It'd be nice if I could eat without thinking about this, although it is pattern enough right now that I don't often think about it. But sometimes it does get annoying, and sometimes I wish I could just eat. Like the only time I can get around like sorting things like Smarties or Skittles is if I don't look at it first. If I just put some in my hand and I don't look at it first and just toss it in my mouth. That's the only time I can get around it. If not, I have to sort it by color and whatnot. Let's just say I never had to be diagnosed with OCD to know I had OCD. But also, since we have a few minutes here, question I asked at the beginning and a little bit in the middle. So I'm doing a video on TYT right now, as many of you know. And one of the things that I find very interesting in it is Cenk is denying he ever called Trump a Nazi or a dictator, which he has, and there's plenty of video evidence of it, which I will point out in the video. But one thing he has copped to doing was saying he called Trump a fascist. And he admits that. And so I'm just wondering, in people's opinions, what is the difference between calling Trump a dictator or a Nazi and calling Trump a fascist? Like, really, what's the difference between the two categories? Because Cenk says there's a difference, but he's never really explained what that difference is. And so I'm kind of curious as to what some people think the difference between the two could be. John Davis, my mom told me I used to stuff my face with lobster when I was a baby. Hopefully it was dead. Obsessive audio, I won't put 13 in a file name. Yeah, I have a lot of little OCD tics that, like when I'm washing dishes, when I'm washing cutlery, it has to be 3 at a time. That is in the cloth and I'm individually washing type thing. If I'm buying things in multiples, evens. But there's lots, touching. A compulsion to touch like a certain corner on the desk or tap or something of that sort. Or, like that's why I fidget a lot too. But sometimes like there's a compulsion where I have to touch this spot for no real reason, but there's like, it's a compulsion to have to. Grand Theft Autobot. I tried lobster once, tasted like rubber to me. My spouse tells me it wasn't properly cooked, then it's hard to shake that first impression. I don't like crustaceans in general. If it's like deep fried breaded shrimp, I can handle that. But other than that, I just don't like crustaceans. Like I like fish, but no squid, no crustacean, just fish. So let's see. Rachel Atwood, being famished is a great way to not notice details when it comes to eating, yeah. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. Nazis are German. Fascists are Italian. Japanese, maybe? Whatever you do, don't call Trump Italian. Or, I guess, German. But actually, isn't he German? Isn't that where his roots are, is German? Rachel Atwood, fascist in terms of aligning the state with big business to target workers and everyone else who's vulnerable. I don't know. In Grand Theft Autobot, fascism is generic. Nazism is specific, tied to Nazi paradigm. So, like, you can't even do odds and evens. I can. It's not my preference. So, like I said, 4 and 8 when it comes to eating food is the best option. Or when I'm buying things in evens, it's the best option. And usually at that point, when it gets up to like 16 or something like that, it's a bit too much of whatever it is I'm doing. So 4 and 8 are ideal numbers. Jet, fascism is definitely when corporate and private interests are combined for power, which is exactly what the Nazis did. So no, there isn't a real difference. John Davis, no calamari? Squid is good. Yeah, no, can't. Dude, no, Rachel Atwood, fascism isn't explicitly racist, but it is all about consolidating power and wealth for the in-group at the expense of everyone else. Trump is German and Scottish. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. And Sheldon Petrie saying Trump's grandfather was German, his dad was born in New York. Yeah, grandfather was German. Yeah, that's what I thought. So life, no, you can do odds as evens. I have a hard time with 3 plus 3 is 6, you know, and 7 and 7, because those are odds to an even. So evens are numbers I prefer, but I can do odd evens if necessary. Oh. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something that I could share from the video that I'm working on, just to give you guys a bit of a sneak peek, but I'm just trying to think like what I could show that won't spoil a joke or something, you know? Let me just quickly look up the folder. Because I've done a lot of the smaller montages. I need to start working on the bigger montages, and what the bigger montages are there's 2 of them in specifically of the bigger montage things that I'm trying to put together. So one is of former employees and friends that Cenk and Anna have turned their backs on quite publicly. So things like Lance from the Surfs used to be able to go on their show. Anna was actually on his show, and everything was hunky-dory. And then suddenly Cenk and Anna launch into attacks about him. What they say Bonnie left for versus what Bonnie says she left for. What they say Ben Dixon left for versus what he says he left for. There's lots of other people where they were on like friendly terms, and then suddenly Cenk and Anna were blowing up on them and turning their backs on them. And so that's like one group of montages and stuff that I have to put together. But then the second one is specifically about Sam and Emma, because they have a very it is a separate category as far as I'm concerned, with the level of animosity Cenk and Anna have towards them versus what their relationship used to be. So yeah, there's still a lot of stuff, like a lot of montages and stuff that I have to put together. And then I can like go through the scripts a little bit easier and make sure that everything is okay. Let's see. I think I can show this one without any spoilers. Let's just do this for a second while I gear it up. So this is like a 30-second montage that took me hour and a half to 2 hours to do.
You wrote a book.
Yeah.
A manifesto that outlines the progressive vision for America.
I actually wrote about this in my book.
It's great to welcome back to the show Cenk Uygur, host of The Young Turks, author of the book Justice is Coming.
And I talk about it in my book, Justice is Coming. Wrote a lot about this in my book, actually, Justice is Coming. Well, as I explain in the book, I wrote an example about that in Justice is Coming. Sir, by the way, the full answer, of course, is in the book, Justice is Coming.
And definitely pick up his book, Justice is Coming. And thank you for joining us this morning.
I'm furious at Republicans, including Republican voters, and I talk about that in the book, too.
It doesn't seem like much, but basically that leads into a joke because he talked a lot about his book on his presidential campaign tour. And I don't see anything wrong with it because, you know, if he's proud of his book and he wants to present it and plug it, and I have no issue with that, and I understand the impulse because I've also written a book. And that's where in the video I'll plug my book. So yeah, there's that, but there's a lot that I still need to work out. And I just saw that there was a frame, a single freaking frame in that montage I don't want in there. Because it cuts from 2 angles too fast or something. But yeah, that I basically cover that as a way to plug my own book, which is just tongue-in-cheek and kind of cute. Okay. So Live Anna has lost her damn mind. I think almost every time she blows a fuse with someone reasonable around, like John and occasionally Cenk, they make her look foolish. Let's see. Bad lefty. Well played, Sandy. Well played. And it'll be funnier with the way that I actually do it in the video. Like the way I present my book and stuff like that and plug my own book. But yeah, there will be a lot of comedy interspersed with my video because I'm actually very good at writing funny. It's harder in the moment when I'm just on screen with you guys here. I'm good at improv and funny and improv, but that's when I have like people in person that I can engage with. It's much harder for me to just be funny in the moment right now when I have no idea. I can't read the room. You know, I don't know if you guys are finding what I'm saying funny, but I know I can write funny. So there are a lot of jokes and stuff that will be interspersed in that video that I'm doing. Okay. John Davis, I bet your book, Sandy, is more interesting than Cenk's. Yeah. Well, mine is a fiction vampire horror book. It's gonna be more interesting. Sheldon, I am super late to the stream, but did you talk about Trump's new tariffs on Colombia? Say hello to higher coffee prices. Ah, darn it. I didn't see that one yet. Better get more coffee soon. Let's see. Anyway, we should probably, I'm delaying. That's the thing. I'm delaying because I know this next part will be a bit harder on me personally. Also, and I just drank so much, I think I have to go to the washroom, but I can hold it. But yeah, I you know, this hits me personally, where we're going with this. So, first part isn't as bad. So why don't we get into it? My bud says it's true they aren't letting planes land. In Colombia, if they were military planes that were deporting people, they weren't letting them land. Yes, that is true. In Mexico. Okay, so Trump got elected president again, and there was an inauguration. And most of the inauguration was painful to watch, which is why I didn't. And I've only seen a couple clips of it here and there from different people. But there was one part that got a lot of spread online that really throws in the face what these right-wingers claim to be. Because the right-wingers claim to be Christian, about God and stuff of that sort, but somehow this bishop got a speaking engagement at the inauguration, and I don't know how she made the cut. Like, let alone she is a woman bishop. I don't know how she got the floor. I really don't. It kind of blows my mind that she was able to get to where she is. And we need more people like her. To be able to speak out, to boldly speak out, to do it to a room that stares at her in stone silence. Because to be able to speak to a room this passionately and to be glared at the entire time. Because normally you would think when you say something this bold and this progressive and stuff, you'd get people like, nope, crickets. And to be able to still say your piece in the face of all of that takes an immense amount of courage. So here we have Ben Dixon, Pastor Ben. This sister is better Christian than literally every mega Christian in this country. And this is from C-SPAN. So Bishop Marian Edgar Bood? The vast majority of immigrants are not, well, I don't have to read the quote because she says it in this few minute long speech here. So.
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families.
The expressions on their faces. Like, she almost seemed to do an eye roll. He almost seemed to do an eye roll, looking over at his wife like, can you believe this woman up there saying this shit? Like, just the expressions, the look of disdain for her saying, you know, we should be kind.
Some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and
Again, looking over like, can you believe her? Like, really?
mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. Amen.
To be able to say that with these expressions on their faces, to stare down a room with these people and say that takes so much courage, especially with all the threats and everything that Trump has been putting through. But it needs to be said. Like, we need more people like that are willing to take their opportunities, like any opportunity they get, to have a platform, to be in front of the president, to really speak out and speak from the heart. We need more of that. Instead, what we get is a lot of the media doing that surrendering before necessary thing. I forget the phrase for it, where they submit to him before anything has even happened. They already are just saying, you know what, you're right, Trump, will do whatever you want. We'll predict or try to predict what you want, and we'll do it already. We're doing that. And I'm sure somebody will put in the Sandbox the exact phrase that I'm thinking of, that a lot of these corporations have done when they've gone to kiss the ring. A lot of the media corporations have done. It really is, we need more people who won't do that. Who won't, just submit to this tyranny that's about to happen down in the States, who will speak their mind knowing full well there could be consequences. Obey in advance, yes. Rachel Atwood, that's what I'm looking for. We need more people willing to just not obey at all, instead of having all these. And it's the rich, powerful people that are bending the knee so fast. It is. And to see the people that have like real legitimate power just completely obey in advance, as opposed to actually sticking up for any sort of principle or moral or people or group or community, is disgusting. So again, the courage that this woman has is just astronomical. And so she did build on it. She was asked about it. And again, I don't need to read this quote because she's going to say it in this.
My responsibility that morning, yesterday morning, was to reflect, to pray with the nation for unity. And as I was pondering what are the foundations of unity, I wanted to emphasize respecting the honor and dignity of every human being, basic honesty and humility. And then I also realized that that unity requires a certain degree of mercy, mercy and compassion and understanding. And so knowing that a lot of people, as I said, in our country right now are really scared, I wanted to take the opportunity in the context of that service for unity to say we need to treat everyone with dignity, and we need to be merciful. And I was trying to counter the narrative that is so divisive and polarizing, and in which real people are being harmed.
Okay. Yeah. Every opportunity we get to speak up, we need to speak up. We can't be silent in the face of what's happening, regardless of the consequences. And she got called out by the president. So J.R. Jackson had quote tweeted this out in order to get followers to lean even further from their religion they claim to follow and towards his Trump-centric version of it. This president has to characterize Bishop Marianne Edgar Boud's comments to him as nasty in tone. His words have become their scripture. Stay woke. And this was tweeted out by the imposter. Imagine going to this kind of hateful rant because a member of the church asks you to show kindness and compassion. These people don't live by the religion they try to push on others. And so this was sent out on Trump's social media. The so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service Tuesday morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was a nasty in tone. What exactly was nasty in tone? By asking to have mercy on vulnerable, scared people. How is that nasty? How is the tone of how she was speaking nasty? You could hear the compassion coming through her. What she was saying was 100% sincere. And how could you say that with sincerity and be nasty? About forgiveness and peace and loving thy neighbor. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal immigrants that come into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institution. It is a giant crime wave that is taking place in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, because, yeah, what she was saying in church, so inappropriate to, actually preach scripture the way that, I think a lot of Christians like to pretend they believe. Some do sincerely, and that's good. But, the idea of Jesus being loving and forgiving and dying for people's sins and feeding the poor, helping the needy, all of that sort of stuff. Like the actual, when you read those teachings, there's lots of good people, but, all of these Christians would love to, these Trump Christians, twist and perverse that into something evil and gross and dark. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. So he's saying this woman who gave that passionate plea, she should apologize for saying such a thing? To be considerate of people who are scared in this moment? Like, even if in good faith you thought what she was saying was wrong, the intent behind what she was saying is good. And to just launch an attack on her like this, make her a target for violence, that is what's inappropriate. But what is the United States coming to when so many Christians would rather follow what Donald Trump says than what this bishop says? It is just such a gross perversion of what a lot of them claim to stand by. And Nina Turner had tweeted this out. It should not be taken lightly that a sitting member of Congress is advocating for the deportation of an American citizen due to their perceived political beliefs. This would be a direct violation of the First Amendment. And she was quote tweeting this Pop Crave thing saying, Republican Congressman Mike Collins says Bishop Marianne Boud should be deported after she asked Donald Trump for grace towards immigrants and the LGBTQ plus community. She was born in New Jersey and is a U.S. citizen. And here you can see he had tweeted out, the person is giving the sermon should be added to the deportation list. They just want to get rid of everyone that doesn't, kiss the ring, that doesn't bend the knee, that would speak out, speak against anything their dear Lord Trump would say to them. And then we get into the other stuff that, again, I think I'm still processing, because, the queer community, LGBTQ plus community, has worked so hard to get to where we are. We've had so many advances, so many awakenings. And the thought of going back now, it's very difficult. The things that I was robbed of as a child, seeing children today being able to express themselves and live their lives, the threat of that being taken away from them. So I don't care who this is from. We're just going to be listening to this trash here from Donald Trump. And this was at a Turning Points event.
With a stroke of my pen.
Similar events to what Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks would like to go on to, break bread and drink beers.
On day one, we're going to stop the transgender lunacy. And I will sign executive orders to end child sexual mutilation, get transgender out of the military and out of our elementary schools and middle schools and high school.
Yeah, so this is America Fest 2024. So this is the same event then that Cenk was on stage with Charlie Kirk, trying to find common ground between him and the right wing. This is the kind of people Cenk is trying to warm up to.
And we will keep men out of women's sports. And that will likewise be done on day one. Should I do day one, day two, or day three? How about day one, right? Under the Trump administration, it will be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
And he followed up with it.
This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
So now this is at the inauguration.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Just moments ago, Donald Trump
And someone pointing out somebody who is currently having their face eaten by the leopards. Caitlyn Jenner, congratulations, Mr. President. Thanks be to God. And somebody pointing out Caitlyn Jenner was at the inauguration. She sat there and literally watched Trump say there are only two genders. He wants everyone to call you by your dead name. And this is from CTV News after that declaration from Donald Trump. What does this mean for travel when the official stance is there's only two genders and a lot of people have government documents with an X? So trans activist wants federal guidance on U.S. travel after Trump orders. A prominent trans activist wants Canada to update its travel safety guidelines for United States following President Donald Trump's executive order limiting gender expression to male and female. Faye Johnstone, executive director of Queer Momentum, says she will be avoiding travel to the U.S. for now after Trump declared on Monday that the U.S. will only recognize two sexes, male and female, and that they are unchangeable. She says she doesn't believe her passport, which has an X in place of male or female, will be recognized if she travels through the U.S., and that the executive order causes a lot of uncertainty for herself and other Canadians like her. Would I be allowed into the country in the first place? Would I be safe in a society where if you've got president leaning into that hateful rhetoric? Johnstone said, trans folks just want to live our lives. In 2019, Canada updated its policy so individuals who do not identify exclusively as male or female can have an X printed on their passport in its place. It was a move the federal government billed as ensuring the identities of Canadians were respected and was generally applauded by activists. But now individuals with the X marker may face challenges crossing the southern border. It is nothing short of an existential assault on the very existence of trans and gender diverse people, both in America and around the world, Johnstone said. We're a community that is under attack by far-right politicians who are desperate to use us as any scapegoat to sow division and gain power, all while restricting freedoms that should be afforded to citizens everywhere, she added. Johnstone wants Canada to update its guidelines on travel to the U.S. and to explain what it means for trans Canadians crossing the border. Global Affairs Canada did not immediately respond to a request for comment asking for an update on the travel guidelines and a number of Canadians who may be affected. In a news release Monday, Boston-based LGBTQS plus legal advocacy group GLAAD Law called Trump's order a direct attack on transgender Americans. The administration is trying to create fear and sow chaos by its statement in orders, but no two executive action can change the fundamental truth. But no executive action can change the fundamental truth that transgender people are vital members of our families and communities, the organization said. Like all people, transgender people deserve dignity, respect, and the freedom to live without fear of government-sanctioned harm, the organization wrote. GLAD Law will use every tool we have to fight for LGBTQ plus people's rights and for fairness and dignity. We will defend the fundamental principle that equal protection under the law is guaranteed without exception. That's kind of what we have on the books here in Canada, not so much in the United States. In the United States, there are still places where you could get fired for being gay. The protections were a lot more secure and strong in Canada, but that's only if they get enforced. How can you claim, like, what proof do you have if you say a job didn't hire you because you're trans? And if they didn't say it or write it down in a document, what kind of proof do you have that, you know, the landlord didn't accept you because you're a gay couple? So it's on paper. In practice, it might not be there all the time, but there are more protections in Canada for now. So Stephen Taylor had tweeted this out. Pierre Poilievre stuns anchor when asked if his government would consider more than 2 genders. And just so we're clear about this guy, this anchor, and how stunned he was by this, definitely not stunned was a good conversation with Mr. Poilievre. So, sounds like he's pretty cool with everything that Poilievre said in this. But let's listen to it so that we know.
First day on the job, President Trump signed an executive order, the U.S. government only recognizing 2 genders, male, female. They're unchangeable. If elected as prime minister, is that something that you're going to kind of walk in line with, or what are your feelings on that executive order?
Well, I don't know. Do you have any other genders that you'd like to name?
He knows. He knows what the anchor's talking about. He knows that there are non-binary people. He knows that there are trans folks. He's just playing stupid here.
Me personally?
Yes.
I'm just asking more so if you're in line with what he is saying. Do you agree with what he's saying? Is that something that you would be lockstep with if elected as prime minister?
Well, I'm not aware of any other genders than men and women. I mean, if you have any other...
He's lying.
...that you want me to consider, you're welcome to tell me right now.
Well, there's personally, I am a man. I am as people will say, cis man. There are people there who, they say they're gender neutral. Well, you are a man, yes. There are people there who say they're gender neutral. Yeah, they say they're gender neutral. They're are trans.
Oh, really? Really? Gender neutral? Not the correct term, but I'm not going to bash this guy over the head for not knowing non-binary. But just this expression like, I hear you. Whatever. Fuck them.
They're a trans person. Is that something that you would recognize here? Whereas in the States, at least with their U.S. government, the way they're seeing it, there's only 2.
I'm only aware of 2, but I mean, if you come up with another list, then you're welcome to do that. But I'm aware of 2, and as far as I'm concerned,
he works in the fucking government. He knows. He knows people can get government documents, passports, birth certificates, all of that, with an X marker for gender. He's just playing stupid here. He knows. And he's saying it like this so that he can kind of get out of it, so that he has some plausible deniability for when he decides to, actually follow through. It's his way of weaseling out of saying, no, we're going to do the same thing here. That's what he's doing. He knows it's an unpopular thing to say, but it's his weaselly way of not directly answering the question, because Poilievre wants to do the exact same thing as Trump.
We should have a government that just minds its own damn business and leaves people alone.
And in Alberta, the province I was born in, I've covered it on my live stream before. They're already trying to work towards making it so you can only have male or female on your birth certificate, and that it's the assigned one to you at birth. It's happening here. All of what you see in the United States, it's happening here. It just looks different at first. And so we have, well, not we, in the United States at least, there is one politician who is forcefully speaking out about this. We don't need to read the quote because she says it.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. And we're going to keep standing with trans people. We're going to keep standing with the LGBT community. We're going to keep standing for the working class. We're going to keep fighting for a minimum wage. We're going to keep fighting to guarantee health care. And they are just relying on us giving up. They're relying on us giving up. Hell no. Hell no. They can do what they want. You know, they do have power. They have the White House, they have the Senate, and they have the House of Representatives. But we have our voice. We have the I don't give a.
And even to this video, I quote tweeted out, like, where the F are our politicians pushing back on this? The candidates for the Liberal leadership, the NDP. We need you to be loud and make it clear we are not going back to an age of hateful ignorance. I looked at the Twitter feeds for Jugmeat and Justin. They didn't say a thing about this. And right now, like with the Liberal leadership race, they're afraid of going too woke. They're afraid of being perceived as too radical left-leaning. So they're not going to touch this. They're going to let Poilievre spew this rhetoric. They're not going to push back on what Trump said. They're not going to try to ease our fears if we ever want to travel to the United States and have a passport with an X marker on it. They're going to keep their damn mouths shut for their own, political careers because they don't want to be seen as too progressive. Where is Jugmeat right now? Leader of the NDP. I checked both Jugmeat and Justin, and the last time they mentioned anything about gender was on the anniversary of the massacre in Quebec of the woman. They're not standing up to Poilievre about this. They're not standing up to Trump. They're not doing anything to let us know we are still a part of this community, that we are still Canadian. They're not doing anything to ease our fears that if Poilievre gets elected, that we're going down the same route as the United States. The only pushback I saw was this. Mark Miller, yeah, Poilievre was being a complete jackass on gender issues. Time to grow up. Now you might think he was forcefully pushing back. But that was the last sentence he said in this video.
Jugmeat Singh suggested at his most recent presser that he would look into amending the Safe Third Country Act for trans Americans. Is that something that your government would consider?
So in case you didn't hear it, the reporter was asking, Jugmeat Singh is thinking about amending the Safe Third Country Act to allow trans and queer people to be able to come to Canada. And that is something I had a friend work on, a petition, to try to get through to Parliament to make it so basically queer and trans people down in the States can flee to Canada and seek asylum based on their gender identity or orientation. And this is what this guy, this liberal, had to say about that proposal.
No, I mean, look, we're obviously my heart goes out to the gay community and the trans community in the U.S. right now. They're going through a difficult time. As I'd mentioned, it's a stretch to create a whole new category of people that would be considered asylum seekers or refugees.
Yeah, that's a stretch. Like, you know, this whole group of vulnerable people to just be added that could potentially be refugees. Like, oh, that's a lot of work. That's like work. You know, it's complex to suddenly open up our borders to people who are terrified for their lives. You know, they're worried about being persecuted. You know, we're not that kind of country where we just accept anyone. You know, not for those silly things.
And that's just reality. Whatever Jagmeet Singh is going on in his head, it's up to him really to think about. I also, you know, Pierre Poilievre, again, is being a jackass with his whole weaponization of the gender debate. You know, he said he only recognizes two genders. I've only ever seen him really recognize one or spend most of his time on one gender, so at least that's a step up. But again, he has to be stopping a jackass on gender issues. It's just stupid and it's not mature.
I don't even know what he means by that when he tries to do a dig saying Poilievre only focuses on one gender. What is that? Is the 1% now a gender? Is that now a gender? That's the most that we're going to hear from the liberals, is that, oh, yeah, it was uncouth what he said. Not a great comment. But they're not, again, they are more afraid of looking woke than supporting these communities that are terrified right now. But I'm going to put this in the sandbox for people as an action to do. Sign the petition. Canada must update travel guidelines and create clear, accessible pathways for trans refugees. In light of the new, more dangerous conditions created by American President Donald Trump, anti-trans executive orders, we, the undersigned, recognize the United States is no longer a safe third country and call on the government of Canada to update travel guidance to the United States and create clear and accessible pathway for trans refugees from all around the world to escape anti-queer countries and become part of Canada's strong and diverse cultural mosaic. The Trump administration's new executive orders have, among other things, ensured that the United States is suddenly much less safe for trans and queer people, immigrants, and refugees. Canada has an opportunity to provide global leadership and safe haven for trans and queer refugees fleeing unsafe countries, particularly those who might otherwise have chosen to escape to the U.S. and no longer feel safe to do so. Canada has a long history of global leadership on LGBTQI+ issues, inclusive of supporting queer and trans people fleeing contexts of criminalization and violence. As America pulls back its support, Canada has a moral obligation to step up. So please sign the petition. And so this was coming out earlier this week, and I didn't know how to respond because, you know, it takes a while for me to process these things. And, you know, it's not necessarily clear by how I look that I'm non-binary. Not everyone knows that this flag here is the pride flag for non-binary. And not everyone knows how I came to this realization. And I have an Abernathy on my lap right now. Just say hi to everyone. And I came to this realization later in life. It was really when I got onto social media and I saw people kind of questioning or not questioning, but being more open about their gender identity and who they were. Because I had known some gender fluid people before, but I personally didn't see myself in them. I didn't relate at all. And so it never clued into me. And then it wasn't until I just did the simple thing of taking how I present out of the equation. Because I had always just assumed, since I was assigned female at birth and I present, traditionally female, therefore I must be female. But once I took how I present out of the equation and just focused on how I felt, it was like it made instant sense. It was just like a light bulb moment of clarity that people rarely get in their life. And I didn't know how much it had been weighing me down. It's kind of like the only way I can kind of describe it is like if you've had long hair for a long time and you get it cut really short, your head feels lighter. Like it was a weight I didn't know I was carrying. Because I remember as a child questioning what it was to be a girl, to be a female, to be a woman. I remember all my life saying out loud that I'm non-binary in so many different words, but never those words because they didn't exist when I was a kid. Non-binary wasn't a thing. So I was never able to explore that, express that. Instead, I felt like I needed to conform, to be the best little girl, to be the woman. And I became like hyper feminized in how I do my hair and my makeup, because I thought that maybe if I was a good enough girl or a pretty enough woman, that somebody could find it in them to love me. And it was never going to work because I was trying to be something I wasn't. All of those years. To finally have this understanding about who I am. To be able to express it, to be in a country that's accepting of it. Going to the Pride events over the past few years, seeing little kids with NB flags, knowing who they are, with accepting family, with accepting friends, being able to express that from the get-go. It fills my heart with joy knowing that they get to do that. And right now, I am stricken down with terror that that might be taken away from them. To have this much advancement in our acceptance and going forward and understanding, to now suddenly have it ripped away. As soon as I realized who I was, it was an instant. There was no questioning it. I didn't have to wonder. I didn't have to ponder. I knew. And it's not something you can just easily explain because most people understand gender in a binary. They can understand trans women and trans men because they are still men and women. There's a science behind biology and all this sort of stuff, but, there's no non-binary biology. You just are. There's no non-binary genitalia. There's no way that I can, with any sort of fact or test or anything prove to someone I am non-binary. It's just who I am. And I still get this a lot because people don't understand that. They only understand the binary. So they can accept trans women as women because they're women. They can accept trans men as men because they're men, but they don't understand this middle ground. And I get it all the time still from people who are understanding, people who are supportive, where I say I'm non-binary and they're like, oh, I accept that you identify that way, but really, you're a woman, right? I still get that. I still get people telling me that I have a mental illness because I don't know who I am, or that there's something wrong with me because, I don't identify as a male or a female. And because I present female therefore I must be female. And it's a phase that I'm going through or something. I got my passport updated. Well, I had to get my passport so that I could go to the United States to go see the majority report. And when I went to get my passport updated, my birth certificate was too damaged to use for ID purposes. So I had to get a new birth certificate. And so I thought, you know what? That would be the perfect time to change the gender marker on it. And I'm not going to show you the whole thing because, privacy. But I remember holding this for the first time and seeing on my birth certificate the gender marked as X. And I remember feeling so happy that I got these. And now these things might be the thing that prevents me from ever going back to the United States to watch the majority report live. That it restricts my travel because there's still people who don't understand, who are bigoted, who don't get it. So many people in this online community even, they don't understand how I can get a freaking hair at a very inconvenient time right on my eyelash. I see lefty commenters, the political ones saying, now's the time for unity and stuff like that. But so many people think that maybe because I don't look non-binary, it's not affecting me the same way, because not a single one of them reached out to me to just even check in on me. The ones who know who I am. And it's hard not to feel alone when it's hard to even explain who you are, to know this deep down inside. To be very isolated and that there's not many people like you, which is why it's so important for people like me to be in a visible place. Because I could have easily never told anyone I'm non-binary or queer, and it'd be safer for me. But what about all the people who need to see someone like me speaking out? To be there. All those little kids that are looking up to the adults to be their representation because they don't have the ability to do it themselves. All those kids that are looking for role models. People who aren't afraid to stand up and be proud about who they are. I don't know how I would have turned out had I known who I was when I was a kid. And I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that all those little kids right now who know who they are, that it will never be taken away from them. That they will have a better life than I had. That this will be one less thing that they have to worry about in their life. Because they deserve to grow up and enjoy being who they are, to explore who they are, not to be shunned by society. And so I will put up with it. I go online, I mention I'm non-binary, and right away there's people who are telling me I'm crazy and all that sort of stuff. But, I'll take that if it prevents it from happening to those kids. But to see what is happening in our governments now, the way that they're backsliding, the way that they're so ready to take this away from us. Because they don't understand it, because of their fascistic reasons, because they're bigoted and they want people to fit into this nice little neat binary because it serves the capitalist class. Forcing us to conform into things that we're not, never being able to fully enjoy and explore our lives. All because it benefits the people at the top. I'm not a woman, and I don't want to be. I want to be who I am. I can't tolerate the thought of being forced back into that role. I'll never allow myself to be forced back into that role. You know, having this birth certificate, having this passport, it's a minor thing, but it is a thing. That it is the only physical proof I have that I'm non-binary. And in Alberta, they're threatening to take that away from people. Like, I don't think they would reissue my birth certificate. But there might come a time where I need to get a new passport. You know, it's on my driver's license. There might come a time where I can no longer have it on my driver's license. And we shouldn't be fighting to not go backwards. We need to be fighting to still go forwards, because there's still so many places where there's not an option to have an X gender. They want to refer to you as Mr. or Miss. Then there's so many people who get upset if they see anything non-binary on a fucking form. Like it affects them somehow. They don't have to. You know, if somebody refers to somebody as a person who can get pregnant or a birthing person, you know what they can do? They can simply correct the person and say, you know what, I'm a woman, and nothing happens. But with me, every time I want to be respected for the gender I am, I have to do an assessment. Am I safe to say it? Or am I going to be met with hostility? Am I going to face so many questions or confused looks or a lack of understanding or people dismissing me every single time I say it? And people who purposely will then disrespect me. But also the people who mean good but don't try. That one probably hurts more. The people who are the allies, who are the advocates, who will still look at me and be like, well, but you, like, really, you're a woman. We can't let this country go back that way. We can't let the United States go back that way. The next generation should have a better future than we have. But I'm not going to stop until I'm forced to. I'm not going to stop speaking up. I'm not going to stop doing this channel. I'm not going to stop being who I am until I'm forced to. I don't know if you can hear him purring. I think he just hopped up on my lap to help me get through this. But he sheds like a motherfucker. And it gets into my makeup. Okay. Let's check the Sandbox. I just saw Bad Lefty. Is the petition just for Canadians? It's a Canadian organization. It's asking for address and postal code. So it might just be for Canadians, but there's no harm in just trying to fill it out, and then it'll tell you if it can't. But if you can't, then make sure you share it on your social medias and send it to any Canadians you know. Ugh, this cat. Let's see, I've scrolled up as high as I can scroll up. Shemagli, notice Trump doesn't bother reassuring anyone about this. He just attacks the pastor as being boring. Trump is calling people like, how do I get this pastor replaced? Rachel Atwood, lots of if you can't beat him, join him stuff. B-Cat, every woman he chastises is nasty and his misogynistic go-to. Jet, I've come to the conclusion doom scrolling is just a thought-stopping phrase fully intended to make people normalize bad news. Reacting to the news is fucking normal. As much as sometimes I wish I could be numb to what I see, I'm glad I'm not. Shemagli, she's also telling the truth. People are scared, especially those communities she mentioned in her sermon. Rachel Atwood, he associates asylum with old school insane asylums. Yeah. Oh. There you go, off my lap. Bad Lefty, if he met Jesus, he'd 100% call him a commie F-slur, in my opinion. Probably. Rachel Atwood, some cheesy lip needs to make a music video about Trump with Janet Jackson songs nasty. Bobby, he thought she made him look bad. She did. She did. He probably felt it, felt embarrassed, felt called out. Grand Theft Autobot, they stopped pretending when they went against God to go full capitalism. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Yeah, that doesn't really match up with a lot of this capitalist bullshit religion that people are following these days. This is the first time I've looked at my passport and birth certificate in a long time. This passport will be good for 10 years. Well, I guess it's about 8 now. The birth certificate, it's a birth certificate. So long as it doesn't get damaged and I need it reassigned or remade for me, I'll always have that. So Life, he made all children female based on the fact that at time of conception, all fetuses are biologically female. I saw a bit about that. And I know a lot of people say that they're all female to begin with, but I tend to think of it as all fetuses start off with everything needed to become any gender. So to me, they're non-binary. All fetuses are non-binary. That all the material is there, no matter what gender they grow into. So I wouldn't necessarily say they're all female, but that's just my opinion on that. It's just they have the ability to be whichever gender they end up being. Did this jump? Rachel Atwood, deported where? Yeah, where is an American citizen who was born in the United States get deported to? Like, if I were to ever get deported, does that mean I go back to Alberta? Suppose if Finland wants me, I'll go there. Get that socialized housing. Shemagely, Republicans want the power to decide who is a citizen according to their own standards. Let's see. Shemagely, whatever Bood's politics are, Trump's response to her sermon that day paints a grim picture for the future. Grand Theft Autobot, because keeping men out of women's sports is such an existential threat. Just so much focus on that, and then the politicians here get so chicken shit talking about it because they're afraid of looking too woke. And meanwhile, the right just says whatever the hell they want about it. And they don't listen to, you know, even, like, that's the thing when it comes to the fact that there is no biology that can express who I am. It doesn't matter if there was, because they still wouldn't accept it. You know, they don't accept what hormones does to a body. So trans women are women, and how they compete in sports after, you know, something like 3 years is within no difference of cis women. Like, it's just, it's all a bunch of bullshit. And the fact that trans folks have been allowed to participate in the Olympics for years and years and years, and nothing was ever said about it until suddenly now it's a big deal. And meanwhile, it's always primarily the trans women that are at risk in these situations. Do you want a trans woman going into a men's bathroom? Or a trans men who, you know, can't be clocked going into a woman's bathroom. But the most scary and horrifying scenario out there is for trans women in prisons. Being forced to go into male prisons and what happens to them there is just so horrific. It's not about protecting women. Grand Theft Auto bot climate change, global climate change, nah. Cost of living, nah. Corporate greed, hell nah. Trans women in sports? Yeah, that's what you need to write an executive order over. Rachel Atwood, Barron is 18, so he's fair game. Lil Lurch is a pathetic bitch. Oh, I'm concerned about what that person is going to grow up into. Just given who his parents are and the type of parenting he would have received. Schematically, I can see custom agent going, what is X? Is it male or female? Yeah. And the thing is it was relatively easy for me to get it changed. Like, I got no pushback, no questions. I had to call some people in Alberta at the centers because where the birth certificate was reissued was a different location than where my passport was, or the gender change marker happened. So I had to sync it up and call both locations to be like, okay, this is happening at the same time type thing. And so I was able to get that done, and there was no pushback or anything. I think like if I had transitioned like to a man, then they would want some sort of documentation, like from a doctor or something, saying that you've transitioned to another binary gender. But the thing about the X gender marker is people can use it if they simply feel like they don't need to specify, like it's nobody's business, like why should they? Even though they might still identify as cisgendered, it's kind of like, what does it matter? And so some people will put that on their driver's license because it's like, what does it matter? What gender I am. And like, that's the thing, when you're filling out a job application or anything like that, like it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter what gender you are for things. There shouldn't be a need to specify it. Grand Theft Autobot, oh yeah, trans people are more of a threat than mass shooters. I don't think so. Yeah. Good for Gabby, this is all just a bad dream. I wish. Gotta go get Abernathy off that counter, just a second. Abernathy, go. He thinks my lip liner sticks are toys to chew on. BCat, Rachel, yep, she's been downplaying that Trump would go through with this before this week. Are we talking about Caitlyn Jenner? Saw somebody mention Brianna. Maybe Brianna Wu. the people would be like, well, the leopards don't really mean it when they say that they're eventually going to eat your face. They're not going to go through with it. It's just a phrase. It's a slogan. Isn't it just a slogan? Schmegly, the whole reason to have a photo on the passport is to ID the person as matching the details on the document, not the other way around. Hey, sweetie. Hey. We have a Frodo in the room. Trying to see if I can get him up on my lap. He's a little bit more squirrely about being picked up. There we go. Sweetie. There we go. Everyone will want to see you. This cat is my world. Oh, you can definitely hear him purring. I can see the sound thing. Can you look up for everyone? Can you look up so they can see your handsome face? Here we go. Let's just see. Let everyone see your handsome face. It's hard to believe this cat is so old. 17? Had to take him to the vet last week. Not for anything serious. Just a checkup to see how he's doing. He's gained a tiny bit of weight since he was last in, which is going in the right direction, but I'd love to see him gain a lot more. But for his age, he's in extraordinarily good condition. But I do have to keep him on the daily medication and stuff. So as always, if you can help out with his ongoing vet bills, I greatly appreciate that. And you can help out with his ongoing vet bills through the PayPal link in the description box or an e-transfer if you're Canadian. And that money is specifically for vet bills. But yeah, that cat, oh, he means the world to me. I've had him all of his life, so he's been with me through a lot, and he knows me. I know him. He knows my emotional state. Yeah. Are you going to come back up? This one comes up a lot easier. Yeah, you can come up. There we go. We got Lanier back. Bad lefty, literally the most base thing. I think I don't know why you're saying it like that, but Joe Biden ever said was, I don't know, at least 3, when somebody was asking him about how many genders there are. Yeah, seeing Pierre Poilievre just totally try to brush it off like, oh, it's nothing. I don't know. I only know of man and woman, 2 genders. He fucking knows. The Wild West. I am neutral on gender until you force me to perform one or the other. Schmegly, what a slimy little weasel, being Pierre Poilievre. Rachel Atwood, sounds like the reporter is trying even if he doesn't know the nomenclature. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not hitting on the reporter too bad for that, but and it's understandable if you're not familiar with the terms and stuff. to say like gender neutral as opposed to non-binary. I don't get on people's cases for that sort of thing, unlike what a lot of people, certain leftists seem to think, like if you misgender someone, they're going to blow up at you. The Wild West clarification. I consider myself to be androgynous outside of gender. Yeah, it's hard to explain, but, you know, like I don't feel like a man, I don't feel like a woman. It's both and neither. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, I've said it before, our conservatives are just a few spaces behind U.S. conservatives in board game of strife. Gunstroke the Cybertonian, welcome to the Sandbox. AOC has been one of the rare few, but also one of the best politicians in the U.S. Yeah. I'd put her on the same level as Sarah Jama. Rachel Atwood, how is Sarah McBride holding up? I don't know. I'm not good with names. Jessie Gender also has a good video for people who are a little worried and feeling a little bit fearful right now. It's not like it's uplifting, but, you know, it's good to know you're not alone. Shemagli, you can't tell who's a man or a woman anymore. Yeah, so what? Why is that important to the government on any level? Yeah, because unless somebody is interested in dating me and has a preference for certain genitalia, what does it matter what my gender is in any sort of interaction? Melanie Lunabelle, welcome to the Sandbox. Don't tell Trump that the bronzer he uses is gender-affirming care. You know what? I'm fine with him using the bronzer because I don't want to see what he looks like without it on. I've kind of gotten used to that, and I don't think it would be an improvement for him to remove it. The Wild West, bad lefty, yes, Trump, but also PP is wearing it a lot to look less like a zombie, which would be fine if he wasn't putting forth the mentality which gets boys beaten up for not being sufficiently masculine. I still don't know if he's recovered from whatever illness or whatever he was going through. Shemagli, he means PP doesn't care about women, talking about how he only cares about one gender. Like, I was sort of thinking that, but then I was also thinking that he only cares about one gender as in the gender he wants to have sex with, which is a dig. So I could see it going both ways, actually. Like, he only cares about women because that's who he wants to sleep with, versus he only cares about men because those are the people he wants in power. I could see it going both ways. Sorry, sweetie, I need to adjust my legs. Grand Theft Autobot, trans women, cis women, Poilievre hates them all. Yeah. Rachel Atwood, is he calling PP a misogynist? That's a weird way to phrase it. Yeah. Shemagli, I don't even know if Trump can constitutionally do the things he's doing with executive orders, but that means, and we well know it, a lot of them are going to end up before the Supreme Court is he's stacked. It's all about, what's the word? Like, I'm thinking about a broader government term, whereas the population has agreement, has faith. There's a specific term. Legitimizes, like the population legitimizes the government by following along type thing. And if no one pushes back against Trump, if no one says boo about the executive orders, they legitimize them by allowing them to go through. Because you need people to forcefully push back. And if they're not there, then it doesn't matter if they go against the Constitution, because their lack of pushing back legitimizes them. Melanie Lunabelle, as a 30-something trans woman, it is certainly a peculiar time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Melanie Lunabelle, I wear pride pins and nor on a backpack, and seeing the younger generations come up to me and say hi is always heartwarming and fills me with hope. Rachel Atwood, I've always been partial to the 90s androgynous aesthetic, but for me, it's totally a body image issue. It's nothing like people who have different gender identities. And a lot of hearts and hugs. Thank you, everyone. Bad Lefty, the culture won't go back, in my opinion, I hope. BCAT, everyone deserves to exist authentically and safely. Let's see. Soul Life, my mom was talking about it during Xmas breakfast, lol. She said she's accepting of everyone, but she just wants to know the rules of binary framing. The Wild West, the rules are made up and the points don't matter. That is a Whose Line Is It Anyway reference. Yeah, my mom, like when I told her I'm non-binary, I don't know if she completely understood, but she's like, yeah, like, why does gender matter? Like, it shouldn't matter. Like, she's accepting, but, you know, I don't get on her case if she refers to me as her daughter, because given her age and the history we have with each other, it's hard to break out of that habit. But she's accepting of who I am. And that's always been the case. Even as a teenager, when I told her, it's like, I'm definitely into guys, but I haven't ruled out girls. You know, that was like a zero issue thing. It's just like, oh, okay. And so when I told her about being non-binary, she might not understand it, but she's like, you know, too much emphasis is put on gender anyway. Melanie Lunabelle, and thank you to everyone who is here as well. Being in company with anyone who is open and welcoming, regardless of identity, is always a privilege I cherish when possible. Wild West, unicorns, freedom for my people, unicorns. I do have a unicorn collection, actually. It's the oldest collection I have. I have a little plastic charm for a necklace, a My Little Pony unicorn, from when I was like 5 years old. I used to dream that unicorns were real, even though they weren't real on Earth, that somewhere in this vast universe, that somewhere there had to be unicorns, that the universe is big and expansive, you know, with enough time and space and all that sort of stuff, somewhere, somehow, unicorns existed. Thank you for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. All the mods. Looks like we had a little bit of a problem. Seeing a lot of non-binary hearts. I think I lucked out with the colors. It's a cool color combination. And I remember thinking I wanted to have a gender reveal party and have my cake in that color. In those colors, the icing and cake and stuff, as I came to understand my gender. Of course, this was during COVID, so I couldn't have a big gathering, but I would still love to do that someday, you know, go to a good quality baker and get like a really nice $100 cake or something and have a party and have it be like my gender reveal. Although most people know by now that I'm non-binary in my circles and stuff. Rachel Atwood, when people ask what gender is so-and-so, give the response, why does it matter? I do to some extent, and quite often if I don't know the gender of somebody or I don't think it matters for the context I'm talking, I'll refer to they, them type thing. But the one that always floors me the most is when someone looks at my cat and says, oh, she's such a pretty kitty. I don't even necessarily correct them because what gender my cats are, like, in the most why, they're all fixed for one thing. But I've seen people be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. Oh, pretty boy type thing. Like they get worried if they misgender your cats. You know? They'll actually apologize for not psychically knowing what, but like for me, is there such a thing for gender with cats? Do they express themselves as a gender? They have different sex organs, but is there really such a thing as gender for cats? That's why one time I was kind of thinking, you know, in my woke mind, that it would be good to have pronouns for unassumed gender. So it was a gender of somebody you didn't know, a gender for just you're not assuming the gender, which would be good for like a fetus or pets, or you're referring to your doctor, but you don't, or somebody is referring to their doctor, but you don't know the gender of their doctor. There's an unassumed pronoun type thing, which would be different than a non-binary pronoun, because a non-binary is an assumed gender at that point. It is a gender to some extent. So I always thought it would be very helpful to just have unassumed gender pronoun, whatever that may be. Though I find most of the time that just turns into they, them as well. I think it jumped. Where was I? Oh, how long was I yammering that it jumped that much? Okay. Okay, there we are. Grand Theft Autobot, what's in your pants? Me, mischief. But Rachel Atwood also saying, that's what I say to my parents. If we encounter visibly genderqueer people, I probably don't articulate it well enough for folks like Sandy, but I'm trying. Yeah, it's like, why does it matter in just general? And I do get what you're saying. Like, why does it matter in just general conversation and stuff like that? What gender a person is, if you're not sure. Like, I would always just play it safe and use like a they, them type pronoun until you know. But that's where the undiscerned gender pronoun would come into. Jet, kitties are magic healers, though. They are. Shemagli, it's true, Jet. They have purring powers. Yeah, it's quite the thing. And scientists, I don't think science even knows how they purr properly yet. But just that cats can pick up that humans like the purring, especially if you're autistic and you have like audio things that set you off type thing. Purring can be super soothing. So life cats can sense sorrow, so they check in to see if the sorrow is death so they can eat you. Sometimes I think they're just tasting me to see if I'm done yet. Rachel Atwood, if it's not a secret, how far are you from Toronto? Francesca mentioned possibly hosting a live show there later this year. It's not a secret, but I don't go out of my way to mention it all the time, but it's very easy to find out which region I live in. And Toronto is definitely doable for me. Yeah, I would definitely go to Toronto to see Francesca. I would just need to know when and how much. So much cat hair. Oh my god, are we going to go to a 6-hour-long live stream? And where is Looney Tunes 9000 for this? Melanie Lunabelle. Oh, Sandy, I can relate to that very well. The numbness. Jet, to be cat, orange cats might have one brain cell that they share collectively, by the way. But they have the strongest sleep spells, lol. This one has the strongest cuddle spells. He loves cuddling, this one. There, if you're going to cuddle, let's get you up where people can see you. There's a little bit of sound there, nowhere near as much as when Frodo was purring. But this little guy loves sleeping on my lap. Like, it's one of the things, like, I wish they could come into the bedroom at night. But I have to keep Frodo separated from them so he has time to eat his food at his pace. Otherwise, this little orange goblin would eat all of it. He goes absolutely insane, especially around nighttime when he knows the wet food is coming out. He turns into, like, gremlin mode type thing. Or goblin mode, whatever it is, gremlin mode. He's a little gremlin. He becomes very demanding for that wet food. So I can't have these babies in the bedroom at night because that's when Frodo gets his time to eat his food at his pace. But it means I don't get them to cuddle on the bed with me when I sleep. But Frodo does a fair bit of cuddling. And they would also probably disrupt his cuddle time with me. But it's one of those things. I look forward to the day when they can sleep on the bed with me, but I also never want that day to happen, because then that means that Frodo wouldn't be here. So it's one of those things. Oh my God, look at you. You're so cute. You're so cute. Rachel Atwood, for some reason I thought Canada had a different color passport. Apparently it's been updated recently. It's pretty colorful on the inside, much like our money. So I can't show you too much of what's inside for privacy reasons. Other than a blank page, maybe? No, there's dotted stuff there that might not. There's still stuff up top the page that that might be IDing numbers. Yeah, inside are kind of like faded images, and they're pretty colorful. I know there's a lot of controversy around it because the Conservatives wanted something to whine about. But just like different landmarks, hockey, whatever. So life, I haven't sent my birth certificate or social security card in 10 years. Sent or seen it. Shemagli fetuses will develop into outwardly female-looking people, though, unless and until their bodies react to testosterone. Rachel Atwood, Finnish language is really difficult. Their second language, Swedish, is much easier to learn. Granted, most people have working knowledge of English there anyway. I don't think I could learn one of those languages up there. I've seen some of them, like some of them pronounce like, here's the name of this volcano or mountain, and it's like 20 letters long. And all these people, because people are talking about like chromosomes and XY and stuff like that, all these people are like, oh, must be XX or XY. I just wonder how many of them have had their chromosomes looked at. All these people who are bitching about it, do they even know what their chromosomes are? Because there are many different combinations you could potentially have. And so that's like always something you can throw back into them. It's like, oh, woman is XX and man is XY. And it's like, well, what are yours? How do you know? Have you been tested? Is it proven? But again, it doesn't really matter. Jet, nobody in the media talks about trans men because the default assumption seems to be, why wouldn't you want to be a man? There's definitely more attention put on trans women than trans men for a lot of misogynistic reasons. Melanie Lunabelle, legally changing my name and gender was very easy in BC. All I had to do was surrender my original birth certificate. The Wild West, it is difficult for me in Quebec. That's unfortunate. No, I had zero problems getting it changed to X. All I had to do was say, I want to change to X. And they're like, okay. Bad lefty Frodo. Yeah. B. Cat LaWild, when I changed my name after I was married, it was such an ordeal. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that the name, if they're a woman and they take on the man's last name, that it's just assumed it's not an actual, like, necessarily legal thing. And so if you change it and you try to change it back, it can be quite the ordeal and costs a lot of money. Like, I didn't, like, that's why I don't necessarily consider myself trans, is because I didn't feel like I transitioned into anything, that I just had a better understanding of myself. But I also understand that since I identify different than the gender assigned to me at birth, that a lot of people consider me trans. And, you know, I'm if I'm considered trans, then I'm fine with that. You know, I have zero issue with that. It all depends on the person's definition. But for some things, it just makes more sense for me to mention that I'm trans for specific things when it comes to birth certificates and whatnot. People could definitely hear Frodo purring. Rachel Atwood, my boy, Chat Kia will be 17 in March. Yeah. No, I thought he had gotten up to 18, but he's still just 17. Just. Bad lefty linear. That's my free seat, Frodo. Yeah. Rachel Atwood. Oh, Sarah McBride is the trans congresswoman from Delaware. I thought I recognized the name. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. I haven't seen anything about her since the declaration that Donald Trump has made. But I also haven't been following American news as closely as yeah, I know who you're talking about now that you say that she's the congresswoman. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Melanie Lunabelle, y'all have a nice evening. Keep up the good fight, love and happiness unto this world. Have a good night. I will definitely be wrapping this up. Because it is like 11 o'clock here, and I've been at this for 6 hours. Let's see. Hello, Christy Zed. Sandy, you look beautiful, but not my favorite sweater on you. I know which one you like. Jet, some other congresswoman opened her bathroom for literally everyone in defiance of the stupid rules they implemented. I remember seeing something around that. What's with the 5 more minutes? Oh, is this before it was 6 hours? It's 6 hours now. So, like, after absorbing a bunch of taxing American news, you can see Canadian news that's reflecting American more and more. Bad Lefty, part of me wants Sandy to stop at 5:59. Well, it's over 6 hours now. Well, it depends. I've only been recording for 5 hours, 54 minutes because there was a bit of a leeway in there, but it's been streaming for over 6 hours. But the actual time I've been sitting and talking to you guys has not been 6 hours quite yet. Oh, but I do think I need to wrap up. Ugh. My nose is looking a little red. Yeah, working on updating the book. I'm hoping to get it into a hardcover through Amazon. Should be doable. Just a couple changes I want to make to it. I finally got to sit down with someone who's read the whole thing. We had a really good conversation about it. They really liked the book. And talking about like the possibilities of where it's going to go and if I extend on it or not. Yeah. And yeah, you guys know all the things. You know all the things. Again, thank you so much to the person who got me the box set of Deep Space Nine. I'm super stoked about that. After I'm done this TYT video, I'm going to need some downtime. It won't last long because I need to start putting together videos for the Ontario election. Because I plan on putting together a video where it's just me listing, like not going into detail, but like with an article or something popping up on the screen of controversies and corruption that Doug Ford has been involved with. I'm not sure how long that will go for, but it might go for a while. Chrissy Zed, well, damn, I got here later than I thought. 6 hours of news, actual torture, you poor thing, smoke a blunt and a bubble bath. Let's just say an hour of it. I would say a good hour of it was not news, just more me unwinding from a particularly emotional part of the stream. But I should probably like eat dinner. I didn't eat a meal before I did this. And I should eat food. So I don't know when my next live stream will be, as is usually the case these days. So stay tuned for that. Thank you to all the mods in the Sandbox. Thank you to all the people who have already helped out in all these various ways. Super appreciated. Thank you for all the people who come out and hang out in the Sandbox and share and like and do all that sort of stuff. BCAT, thank you for the extra long stream, Sandy. Great show and appreciate your vulnerability. Jet, thank you, Sandy. Well, thank you for your help with my videos. Getting them clipped and stuff. Yeah. I'm done. It's 11 o'clock. I'm done. Oh, Loon, you just got in. You just got in before I shut off. Anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing you tomorrow is better than your today.